we doing the show?
Politicians and celebrities make deals behind closed doors. Promises broken, and their income soars. Hidden agendas run the grand parade. In the circus, choose a masquerade. Believe me, I wouldn't lie. I've been given money, power, and fame to keep you in line. Television screens bright and loud, sell you dreams, make you proud. Pop the bubble, see the cage you're in. Start the revolution, let the truth begin. Wake up, defeated lies. Control the media's got you hypnotized. Trust authority, they'll take your soul. Break the chains, find your own control.
Hello, welcome to the Chaos Livestream with Kat, Damon and Toyak. If you like insanity, you're gonna love this.
Welcome.
I like how she can make herself laugh.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Cat has an eating disorder.
Take your time, love.
Welcome.
I can't believe I have to tell women this. Swallow, you bitch.
All right.
Got a mouthful
Today-
of meat, boys.
As always. Today we're going to be talking about the liberal ladies and why they are so angies all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Why they have
And
so
Jewish
much-
conspiracies.
Oh my gosh. We'll think about it. Anyways, so now the first thing that I wanted to show you guys that I found on the interwebs. Here we go. I don't know if this is related, but we're going to talk about this. The before and the after. You guys know who this is, right?
Haven't a clue.
Somebody who got into a lesbian relationship.
No. This is some chick called Bad Barbie, right? She's the catch me outside girl.
Okay, I just thought because of the black eyes, but it was that she had a nose job.
Supposedly. I don't
That
see a
makes sense.
difference in the nose, to be quite honest.
Should you make it bigger?
Is this because we were going to talk about Jewish conspiracies?
No! God.
I mean, they are the nasally gifted.
Oh, gosh. Anyways,
Wait, the nose looks better on the left.
right? Yeah. I don't
Wait,
even
Mrs.
know if
D
this is a
says that
nose.
she
I
took
think
out the
she was
bump.
just beaten. Yeah,
Where's the
catch
bump?
me
Well-
outside.
But why did she go for a Jew throw?
I don't know. I think she's like Hispanic-y or something, so she's probably got curly hair.
Yeah, but
I
like,
don't know what's going
why
on.
did she decide to look like a dude? Is she identifying as a dude now?
I don't know, but she's a chick that as soon as she turned 18, she
Pat,
made
your
like,
answer can't be I don't know 3 times in a row. You showed us this and you want to talk about it. I thought you did some homework. Like,
I thought you guys knew who Catch Me Outside was.
we do,
How about
but you
that?
don't know anything about the story that you're sharing now.
I just saw the picture and I'm just like, what is going on? This looks like, to me, as someone who doesn't know the story, like she became more liberal or something. Like they start off as hoes for the male gaze, and then they become, when like they expire, they become this, right? Yeah? No?
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Tarek, give us something here.
Again, man, like I said, it's professionalism personified. Like she starts to show kind of even like with a mouthful of meat, and then it's like this
Isn't
whole thing
it?
of like,
I
you know what
love it. It's like,
okay,
Pat's-
she's like,
was
we're going
gonna
to start
say-
the show, and then she doesn't know anything about the start of the show. It's like, what's going on here, folks?
Oh. Cat's the
All right.
perfect example of why women should never have come into the workplace. It's like
Yeah.
a walking advert for it.
Lord.
This is why we need to repeal the 19th. We need to make sure that the patriarchy remains, because shit is going to go downhill if we ever get a female president.
Oh, it's happening. Anyways, let's see. I got this video. This is not a female. It could be. We don't know. I don't know if this is female or not. I'm just gonna tell you that. Here
The
we go.
fuck is that?
There's still another chance for you. There's still tomorrow. Don't give up. Not yet. Be hopeful. Be happy. There's still tomorrow. Don't give up. Never give up. No, no, no. I won't give up. No, no, no. Let me love you. Let me love you. I won't give up. No, no, no. Never give up. No, no, no. Let me love you. I love you.
Oh.
Yeah, Kat, do you have a
I'm
tumor
not
in your
making
brain?
I'm not making fun of that. I'm not saying anything mean spirited there, because whatever that is, it's disabled. So I'm not making fun of that.
Yeah, it'd be ableism at this stage. You know what I'm saying? Like like how would we even find this shit, Kat?
The internet is vast. Okay, I got this one. I like this one.
Sure. What was your name again? I'm sorry.
I don't think I told you. My name is Mercury.
Nice to meet you.
What the fuck?
Okay, I've been asked that question a lot. First of all, that question should not even have to be asked. But when people stop talking, really bad stuff starts. When marriages stop talking, divorce happens. When civilizations stop talking, civil war ensues. When you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to want to commit violence against that group. What we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have reasonable disagreement where violence is not an option.
You think that's not emotional violence?
How is this? What is emotional violence, by the way? I don't know what that is.
It is harm intentionally perpetrated on another person, another human being, that is intentionally targeted at their emotional well-being.
Okay, so feelings mean nothing to me. Isn't why we had the First Amendment to try to push our boundaries and to hear things that might make you mildly uncomfortable?
This doesn't make me mildly uncomfortable.
Does it make you very uncomfortable?
It makes me angry. I got a question.
Sure. What was your name again? I'm sorry.
It's just
This
like,
is-
you know, a normal person, right? Having a normal disagreement that looks totally normal.
So many things. You know what I mean? My inner voice is just like screaming retard.
You can't say that.
Like
only
the
on
Mr.
X.
Garrison, like retard alert, retard alert.
That's X talk.
But the whole kind of concept behind this of like, you have to respect my feelings. It's like, okay, what about someone who's bipolar?
Yeah, what do you
it-
think the last generation was that understood that respect has to be earned?
Hmm?
Well, wow,
Mhm.
definitely not cats. Like, no, for so long, people act as if respect is a right. It's not a fucking right.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, isn't it like be respectful unless they do something disrespectful, then you
No,
can be
no. We were all once upon a time raised that respect is earned.
I thought trust
Mhm.
is earned.
Trust is also earned, but respect is also earned. The only other thing we were taught is respect your elders. Okay, fine, I respect you just because you're older. But like, aside from that, you need to earn respect. I'm not going to respect you just for the fucking sake of it.
But like, the main premise though, it's like you have to like somehow be aware of my emotions. But like, again, like it's like a metaphysical, like I can't see your emotions. I can only see the impact of your emotions. So it's only until after I've triggered you that I can see the response. You know what I mean? So it's like this, it's like entitlement on steroids, essentially. You know what I mean? So it's like this whole kind of like concept behind like trying to delve deeper down into this whole fucking like retardation is the only word that I can think of. Like it's like you try to apply the logic in other situations, it just simply doesn't work. Like I said, the whole bipolar thing. It's like they could literally just be sitting there, and then all of a sudden they've committed are they committing emotional violence on themselves? Like, what's going on? I mean, so it's
And
like this whole kind of like mentality behind it. It's just like,
well, the mentality
I can't
behind
even
it
describe
was
it.
the weaponization, like the weaponization of political correctness. That's the mentality behind it. It's like you can you start telling people that they need to be careful about which words they use so that they're not being offensive, and then you continue that for a couple of decades, and then people become so fucking high strung that you've got half the population that's kind of treading on eggshells because they don't want to lose their job, and you've got the other half of the population that wants to kind of call out every single time that somebody's committed a perceived offense, so that they act like they're so virtuous, like, oh, I'm calling out people's bad behavior and I can feel good about myself, even though I've accomplished nothing in life, just because I'm telling other people about how bad and offensive they are. And once you've done that and you've got people so high strung about it, this is the end result of it. You have people who they don't even really give a shit about their feelings. They think they're hurt. They think that they're scared. They've actually started believing it. They've created this mania within themselves. When really all as it started off with was, I can virtue signal. I can act like I'm morally and ethically better than everyone else. It's fucking bullshit. This is a fucking disease that we've created, like, as a society, by playing along with this shit.
And it's this whole thing of like stuff that sounds nice on the surface level, but when you deep dive into it, it makes no fucking sense. So typical thing where it's like, oh, like we have like the no harm principle, and like that's like an objective moral or whatever that to try to point to, but the no harm principle gets fucked straight out the window when it comes to self defense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's like so many situations that you can like put forward where like the no harm principle, you logically cannot hold that position. You know what I mean? So it's like this whole thing of like we're taking that to the next level and then not trying to apply it to fucking emotions that are constantly changing, all this kind of shit. It's like, again, like obviously, like clearly, like enemies will try to use that to subvert the whole thing, but it's like it's literally like you're damaging. It's brain damage. Like that's the only way I can
What
kind of describe it. Like because
I
you're
really
literally
like,
destroying your cognitive abilities. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, go ahead.
I really like something that you pointed out there, though, which is that the no harm principle goes out the window when it comes to self defense. I really like that you brought that up, because what they've done with the whole idea of language is that, they love changing definitions of words, right? And harm and violence started meaning something that didn't actually mean, right? Because violence and harm was always understood to be something physical. And then they tried to say, oh, but it's also emotional. So like now you're harming me, right? You're harming me emotionally. But violence at that point was still understood to be physical. But then I think it was about 5 to 10 years later, violence could also be emotional violence as well. And you're like, what the fuck? But the thing is that we weren't allowed to change the other definition or understanding of the meaning of self-defense. So if you have somebody who's trying to get you cancelled by twisting your words and shit and playing like, oh, you're harming me, you're like emotionally harming me, so I'm going to get your job sacked, you should be like, well, no, I am going to fucking harm you now because I need to defend myself. You're coming after my life, right? You're coming after, you want to wreck my career, you want to cancel me. And no judge would say, well, that's self-defense. You can't attack the person because they're trying to get you cancelled.
Mm-hmm.
But people in society today should be like, why the fuck not? We should now change the meaning of the word self-defense, or at least what we understand it to be, because these people are fucking destroying our life. When they go after you, when they want to dox you or cancel you or whatever, that, like, why is that not taken to be a threat on your life? Why is that not taken to be something that you should be able to defend yourself against?
100%. It's like this is the thing as well, where it's like they're gonna try to subvert your ideals. Like I think Andrew pointed this out, where it's like they'll come after Christians and say, no, you have to be nice to me. Like this is a common criticism that's shown Andrew Wilson, where it's like, oh, like you're Christian, ergo you have to be nice to me. But it's like they don't apply the same standard to themselves. It's like, oh no, you're Christian, so I'm going to use your beliefs against you. I don't believe in anything, so you can't use anything against me.
Yeah, no, that's going on a lot.
100%. That's why you kind of like why he has the new show with Jake Rattlesnake, because it's basically like not one step back. It's like I ain't fucking conceding any ground to these motherfuckers, because we've seen them, like they've come out into the light and day, and we see what they do in the fucking pride parades and this whole fucking like the video clips that we have here and all this kind of shit, where it's like rules for thee but not for me. You know what I mean? I just want to get my way, and whatever way I need to do that. Like, it's all about power essentially, and the whole kind of dynamic where it's like morals don't exist. It's all just about power. So you just have to work out what you want and then just manipulate power to get that. Like, okay, if morals don't exist, then I'm gonna fucking once you make that statement, you've opened yourself up to so much shit that like you like inherited from like laws, like what the laws are based around, all this kind of shit. You're basically kind of saying it's like you think murder's okay then. Like, that's what you need to be able to, like, as soon as someone says morals are subjective or morals don't exist, they're basically telling you murder's okay. And we need to identify that and call these people out for being crazy wackos, because that's what they are.
Yeah.
Can I play this?
As long as it's not a song.
Well,
That's
the
the
song is
next
coming
topic
up.
thrown out the window.
People wonder why we need a union at Starbucks, and I am literally about to quit. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but like I really want to. I almost walked out today, and I'm crying in the back room right now, and I almost cried on the floor. It's just, I'm like a full-time student. I get scheduled for 25 hours a week.
This is
and on
old.
weekends, they schedule me the entire day, open to close. I'm on the schedule for 8.5 hours, both Saturday and Sunday. I'm like 3.5 hours into my shift. There's so many customers, and we have 4 people on the floor all day. Only 5 people were put on the schedule, and somebody had to call out. And there are 4 people running the whole store, and there's so many customers, and there's possibly scheduled 5 people. We only have 13 people employed at this store, and there's so many customers. We don't have fair scheduling. Managers don't care about us. Our manager was supposed to come in this weekend, and he took himself off.
Wait, so imagine you're a liberal chick and this is your husband.
No wonder the self-deletion rates are so high.
No, but I'm just saying we got to be nice to these chicks, because look what this is what they're dealing with.
I wish
day
I had
in, day out.
I wish I had the technical skills still to be able to do like some good editing here. And I'll just put some combat fatigues on him and like a little helmet and make it look like he's in the trenches and just have explosions going off in the distance. Even then you'd be like, God, you're a pussy. Like, soldiers shouldn't fucking behave like this. And he's working in a fucking Starbucks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're making coffee for people, you fucking bitch. Like, why is your world falling apart like this? What the fuck is wrong with you? Even soldiers in the trenches would be afraid to like be. Can you imagine this guy being sent off to like fucking Ukraine or somewhere, and like he's hiding and there's bombs going off, and he just decides, oh, I've got to stream. I've got to do a stream right now. I'm having a little breakdown, and he takes 5 minutes for like some fucking emotional breakdown, and he starts. Like, even then, you'd be like, why the fuck are you on your phone doing this? Just get back to your fucking job.
And just to correct people in chat saying, like, is that a man? It's like, no, this is a genetic dead end. That's what this is.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever the fuck this is a genetic dead end.
This chick is great. She found a song about woke people. I want you all to listen to it because I have to do it quick.
I think I found the Liberals theme song.
This is why they banned TikTok.
It's back.
No, but they
Yeah,
should
I don't
ban
know
it
if that's
because
a good move.
Why
It's
not?
not as good as the Chinese one. It's not.
We have our Asian correspondent.
Hmm.
We're going to be having an Asian correspondent back soon.
Who?
Yes.
Who?
We're
Alex.
gonna, yeah, we're
Is he
gonna
coming?
make this show great again, Kat.
Get him. Where is he?
Well, he couldn't make it this week. We told him,
He's
but he
Asian.
couldn't
He's
make it.
busy. You never seen an Asian before?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're always busy. They don't want to dishonor the family.
Stop.
Well, Alex kind of dishonored his family already. That episode with the unbuttoned shirt and the wine.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah,
was my
that was-
favorite one, to be honest. I think.
What?
Can
The
Terry,
fish
can you
bowl of
make a little
wine?
clip of that so when he comes back we can introduce him with that?
Yeah, I got all the good Alex clips.
The fish bowl of
And then-
wine, and then the shirt that was just gradually becoming more and more unbuttoned.
And then you come along.
You come along. Fucking hell. Jesus.
Okay, so this is what I was talking about last week.
11, everybody. I am sending you so much love.
She looks like a psycho.
Antigua, Guatemala. And I just would love to send you this gentle reminder that you have everything that you need and you have all the answers inside of yourself.
Look at the eyes. Look at the
Just
eyes.
remember to always look
Don't look at the
inside
eyes. There's
because
something
that's
else more
where
important.
all the truth lies. Yeah, so that was me 4 years ago before Jesus saved me when I was in the New Age and I was completely going insane. You can just see it in my eyes. No, I hadn't taken anything. I don't know why my pupils were that big, aside from just completely being possessed by demons. I was talking weird, like that wasn't even my voice.
Can you pause it for a
was
sec?
it's so crazy, you guys, to see.
Right. Look at her when she's talking now and forget the eyes, right? There's a lot of emotion and when you're under stress, especially if you are faking how you're behaving, you carry a lot of that shit in your jaw. Look at how her jaw is moving here. Look at how her mouth is moving when she's speaking here. And look at how it's moving or not moving in the first part of the video. Because when she's talking, it's almost like her teeth are clenched when she's talking. But she's got this weird fake smile on her face the whole time.
Do you think she
Like-
still has demons? Is that what you're saying?
Her jaw
No.
doesn't move. Like she's got that clenched jaw, which shows that like it's either that you're not being honest or you're carrying a lot of stress. Somebody who's probably putting her in that position to make that video, or she's making the video even though she doesn't really believe that she should be doing it. But just watch her jaw. She's got like lockjaw in the first part of the video. And here she's like talking more normally.
Should I put
Real
it back?
quick, yeah, while you're doing that as well, Kat, Miss D with the $8 Australian, so the Monopoly money, says, Mama Breakover, shout out to my favorite Irish car bomb and Damon the G. Hey, Kat, please do more research in your topics. Stay safe and God bless. Appreciate you, Mrs. D.
Facts. You need to.
I
do
did
research
so
there.
much research. We're not even at the research yet. Y'all's haters. This is just the intro. Okay, let's look at her jaw.
Everybody, I am sending you so much
Her jaw
love
looks the
from
same
here
both ways.
in
It looks
Antigua,
messy.
No, she's
Guatemala.
barely moving her jaw. She's
And
barely
I would
moving her
also
jaw.
love to send you this
Is that
gentle
good or
reminder
bad?
She's
that
got a
you
fake big
have
smile on her
everything
face.
that you
Like
need, and you have all the answers inside of yourself. So just remember to always look inside because that's where
it's just
all
the
the
lips
truth
fucking
lies.
moving. It's hardly the jaw doing anything.
That was me 4
She looks
years
a lot
ago
more relaxed
before
in the
Jesus
face there.
saved me when I was in the New Age and I was completely going insane. You can just see it in my eyes. I remember making this video. But I remember believing that everything was inside me. And boy, is that one of the biggest lies that the devil has ever
Every
told
dick
us.
was inside her.
Hey,
No,
whoa.
we need Jesus.
I'm
Jesus
just
is
saying.
outside of us.
Am I
Jesus
wrong?
isn't Christ consciousness or oneness or anything like that. There is a real God that is outside of us, who made us, who loves us, who wants.
And he will undilate your eyes.
The reason why her eyes were
Amen.
like that, cat, because again, shout out to Chief Wahoo because he was able to decipher this as well. If you compare, like, she's out in the open there with sunlight, so
Yeah,
that's
in a
why
dark
her peep
room.
a certain thing. And then the other one, she's in a dark room, like not very well lit. Not demons, cat.
It's
What
called
haters
light,
you
cat.
guys are. You guys are such
Yeah.
haters. She even said she was full of them. Okay, this is unrelated, but like I saw it on TikTok.
Is it the cum walk? No.
All romantic movies, romantic comedies, chick flicks, all the Titanic, the Notebook, all these movies are all about someone cheating or adultery or like someone being a whore, someone cheating on this person, someone having this fantasy or desire. All the books that come out that are like romantic books are all about cheating, infidelity, all these different.
Yeah, I noticed that. So I'm just saying all.
Where was the cheating in Titanic? I only mention that because
Are you kidding?
I got
She was
dragged
engaged.
along to that shit.
She was engaged and she cheated on him with a brokey.
I thought you were talking about between the two main ones. Who was she engaged to anyway? I don't even fucking remember that
The
part.
rich dude that gave her the diamond necklace, bro.
Well, Billy Zane.
Yes.
See, that's why I love the film. It's got a good message. It's karma, right? Because DiCaprio dies and Billy Zane just kidnaps a little kid and gets off from the boat on the life raft. And she's like freezing her ovaries off in the fucking ocean.
Oh gosh.
The minute he did that and he picked up the little kid, I was like, Billy Zane is a fucking G. This is why that guy is a legend. He just picks up that little kid, doesn't care who it belongs to, and he's like, move, I've got a child. And they put him on the life raft and he's safe.
Mm-hmm. And then he's like,
I got
"Yeet
the
children."
dirtiest looks when I laughed in the cinema at that part. I was just like, all these women look at me like, you fucking asshole. I'm like, well, he's alive. Your floppy
go,
head
Billy.
puff died.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and this is something that I sent to all of my very liberal friends, and a couple of them blocked me after I sent them this today. So I just wanted to share.
Wait, believe in yourself. Yeah, where he's like a psycho with two people. And he just, I think he was a cannibal, wasn't he, or something like that.
What's so funny, Teriak? How dare you laugh at us?
None.
Good. Good.
He's back, baby. We're
Yes.
back.
You know how many people got mad at me for sending them that?
Probably a
I
lot.
hope you're
It
not
doesn't take a
friends
lot
with them
to piss
anymore.
off a
That's a
liberal.
good way of like thinning out your friends list.
Yeah. I have a real problem with doing that. So like my husband's like, why can't you just like ignore them?
I just keep sending them shit until they just unfriend me. I'm like, oh, you don't
That's
like
what I
Trump
do.
memes? Here's 100 more.
It's like, oh, are you offended? Well, let's make sure. Did this
I love
upset
that
you?
meme with Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs, where it's like him waiting at the door, and he's like, "Oh, like, are you offended? I think I've got some thicker skin in the back." Like, that's just such a good fucking meme. It's amazing. I'll try and find it. I'll send it to you.
Okay, so it is time.
Wait, this is true. What Believing Yourself said. You can always pray for them. And what I love is if you actually tell them, I'll pray for you, it pisses them off even more.
Mm-hmm. Kill them with kindness.
Yeah. Isn't Pearl pissed about when people say they'll pray for you?
I don't give a shit. She's ginger, so fuck her. She has no soul.
I mean,
Yeah, so like
that's
the whole thing behind Pearl is like the sewing circle Christians are like, I'll pray for you. So you can understand why like Nala needs to be fucking poster boy of the fucking Christian movement or whatever. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, what is it, Bad Girls Gone Bible or some shit like that? Like that's the new saying.
Girls Gone
But
Bible. Yeah. But they're not hoes. It's a very unfortunate title.
What?
The Girls Gone Bible hoes, they're not hoes, but it's an unfortunate title.
No, but like they were previous hoes. They're basically trying to say, "Oh yeah, I done all this shit, but now I'm doing the Bible. Now you can't bring up my past." It's like, nah, bitch. The internet's forever.
Were they hoes on the internet? I don't think so. I think they were just like
Yeah.
regular girls. Do I have to look into this now? Are they?
Yeah,
were they on like Girls Gone Wild? That would be crazy.
Like this whole kind of like regular girl kind of shit. Like we've kind of exposed this kind of like illusion that was there. It's like, oh, like yeah, like we're all just like innocent fucking like women are all innocent, all this kind of shit. It's like, nah, some of these bitches are nasty. You know what I'm saying? Like the whatever podcast, Fresh and Fit, all this kind of shit. It's like this whole thing of like the innocent woman like illusion, like that's been dispelled. So like this whole kind of thing, oh, they're just regular girls. Nah, bitch. You know what I'm saying? But don't get me wrong, I want people to move towards like Christianity and all this kind of shit, but it's like basically being used as a tool now to like shoehorn in the likes of Nala and all these kind of like OnlyFans chicks that's like, yeah, so it's just basically extend their career where they go like from the 20s to 30s doing all this fucking promiscuity bullshit, OnlyFans, all this kind of shit, and then when they're 30 to 40, now it's time to settle down and get a man, so now I'm just going to all of a sudden start like preaching the message, but they're not actually preaching the message. You know what I mean?
But remember, you can still find a girl when you're old, guys. Don't give up. There's another 18-year-old every year.
Exactly. That's why men are like literally like this whole kind of like proposition where
They're
men feel as though
the
they're
next
fucked.
gen.
It's like basically it's just like the NFL. There's new players coming
I
in each
nearly said something so fucking bad that would have definitely got me cancelled. I'm not gonna go there. But I'll tell you afterwards. No. I'll tell you later. I don't want to fucking die.
Okay, I gotta show you guys my new song.
Oh, here we go.
Oh fuck.
I worked really hard on it. You guys suck.
All right, Terry, time to go for a shit break.
Yeah,
How
if anyone needs to
dare
take
you
a
guys?
piss or
How dare you
bathroom
guys?
breaks, I'd highly
This is-
suggest it, guys.
I would like to say this is the best song. Again, it's a country song because I think I found my vibes with country. I'm a very hot, muscular countryman with a nice butt. And I wear, big boots and like nice jeans. And I have a hat, like a cowboy hat. And yeah, like this is my vibes. So
And a chest binder.
what's it? How dare you? I'm a real dude. I'm not a fake dude in this.
So you went full Elliot Page. Just chopped them
No.
off for the video.
No. This is my alter ego. I'm gonna find a dude. Like once I become famous for my country music album, I'm gonna find like a really hot dude, and he's gonna be like my Milli Vanilli. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't hold your breath. Also, as well, just a little bit of constructive criticism. You need to learn how to write songs, Kat.
What the fuck? What are you talking about? This is the best written song of all time.
Okay, play the song. See if people in chat can understand why I say it's poorly written.
Why do you wear that anger like it's cool? Metal through your nose like some kind of fool. face tattoos and hair dyed ocean blue. Maybe you should get saved instead of half your head shaved. Liberal ladies, what's the deal? All those antidepressants, maybe you should let yourself feel. So much Adderall, what's the rush? Is it really the world, or is it your own toilet that just needs a flush? Dress like you're either ready for war, or you're strutting down the street looking like a whore. Some in army boots, others in hooker heels, crying like the world's against your appeals. Liberal ladies, what's the deal? All those antidepressants, maybe you should let yourself feel. So much Adderall, what's the rush? Is it really the world, or is it your own toilet that just needs a flush? If you choose a man with strength untold, not one who's always in his mama's fold, an honest man not easily swayed, could mend the rage that's long been replayed. Why the need to scream and shout? Is there something you've missed out? We're concerned, we wanna see if there's a way we can agree. Liberal ladies, please explain what's got you down. What's the pain? We're not here to judge or fight, just to ask, are you all alright? Protein and iron from a steak helps the lady think, keeps them awake. It's not just meat, but a balanced plate, great for a life that's full, not just to sedate. From the conservative side, we're looking at it, wondering what it's all really about. Liberal ladies, hear our plea. Stop blaming others for your own misery. It's called personal responsibility.
Kill me.
Please. Please. I'm asking for it,
Haters
John. I'm asking
gonna
for it.
hate. That was the best
Nah, it
song
was alright. It was
I've
alright.
ever.
Sentences are too long. With country, you gotta have like the quick one-liners. You know what I'm saying? Like the, fool, duel, whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? But it's like there's some of the sentences that just goes on for too long. Or there's like 2 extra words in there that shouldn't be there. You know what I'm saying? You gotta keep it short and sweet. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm going. And also as well, I want to point out, it's like there's women that's like conservative, but like they were former like porn stars, all this kind of shit.
I had a stripper.
There was a pole dancer.
Okay,
There
we're,
was a
we're
pole
definitely
dancer.
we're definitely clipping that. But yeah, like the whole kind of concept where it's like it's only liberal women that do like that have the past, let's say. Like that's what I'm saying. Like the whole kind of like thing of like the girls gone Bible. It's like, yeah, like they're 20 to 30s, they were a hoe and now they're saved. But it's
I
just like a
don't
tool
think
just
they
to be
were
like,
the liberal. Okay, look, there's 2 different hoes. This is a good topic. There's 2 different types of hoes. There's liberal hoes and saved hoes, right? These are 2 different hoes. There's the conservative saved hoes, and then there's the liberal hoes. They're different. The conservative girls, I would not say that they're hoes unless they're actually on OnlyFans, but I'm talking about like these are type of girls that go from relationship to relationship. Those people. They're not like religious until after. They're old.
I can kind of see what you're saying, but the problem, okay, the saved hose thing, I can understand Terry X's point because the whole idea is how the fuck do you know that they've come to the Bible for the right reason? Are they doing it because they just want to be part of the movement? They want eyes on them. They want more attention, or is it genuinely that they regret the shit that they did? Right. And one of the things that Terry mentioned earlier was like, they're like, oh, look, you know what? I'm reading the Bible now. I'm a Christian now. You can't bring up my past. Somebody who's genuinely saved are going to want to talk about their past. They're going to be like, look, this is where I came from. They're not going to try and act like I was never a whore. They're going to be like, I was, but I was saved. And they want to save other people from making that same mistake. They would want to probably reach out to younger girls and make sure they're not doing the same shit. But and they understand that, like, look, you can't be afraid of that shame from your past because the whole idea is you're saved now. You don't need to be afraid of it. But those who are like, look, you're never allowed to say shit about me. You're not allowed to talk about that. And who act like to bring up the past whorishness of them is almost like dead naming them. That isn't a legit conservative. And it's not somebody who legit found Jesus.
That's a liberal, what's it called?
But at the
Manipulation?
end, I would question more the fact that somebody who's a conservative or who considers themselves a conservative, why the fuck would they be acting like a whore and being on OnlyFans in the first place? Because that's completely against conservative ideas. Like, just look at what the fucking word is, conservative. How the fuck are you a whore?
Like, let's not like get twisted. It's like guys protection provisioning, women paternity and purity, right? But like, if you're kind of saying that you're conservative, like, how can you say that you're conserving your paternity when you're on birth control? How can you say that you're conserving your purity if you're just throwing it around to any guy?
Exactly.
This is why I bring up the whole capitalism thing. It's like, how can people call themselves capitalists if they're not actually using their capital to invest in something? You know what I mean? People just letting it sit in the bank. It's like, you're not a conservative, bro, or you're not a capitalist, bro. I mean, you're just like, you're wasting your capital because like each year that ticks by with that money in the bank, like that's like -5%, -7% due to inflation.
Yeah, there used to be some sense in the past, like when you actually had ISAs that did something. But like, nowadays, like, what the fuck are you getting back on that? Like nothing. There's regular basic savings account that earns you shitloads more than people who still have long-standing ISAs. Like, and that's not even supposed to be building you money, but it's getting you more money back than what people who still hold on to ISAs have. It's like it's
What's
ridiculous.
ISIS? Isn't that like a terrorist group?
ISAs, no, ISA, the instant saving accounts. Like where basically there was an agreement with certain banks in the past where like you agree to like putting a certain amount of money, almost like a building society kind of thing. You'd put in regular money in, but you wouldn't withdraw it, and it would let you hold on to a certain amount. Like you're supposed to be getting a higher return on your money, but nowadays they've done away with that. But people who had them in the past can still hold on to them. And there's certain tax benefits for it as well, but banks like that don't do anything for people today like they used to, because you don't get any interest back on it, pretty much nothing. Whereas in the past, you used to get a shitload of interest back on it. And they were known to be risky because it's like, okay, look, those banks, certain banks like that will give you the high interest. They do gamble with your money, and you might look at what happened to, what bank was that, Teriak, that went tits up?
Was it Lloyd Bank or something like that?
I can't remember if it wasn't RBS, I think it was a different one. And the banks had to get bailed out after losing people's money, and they never paid shit back. They got bailed out, but they weren't paying shit back. But that's the risk with, banks that will do the high interest return for you. But now they still play that same dangerous game. They're still fucking gambling with the money. It's just they're not passing the interest back on the people whose money they're playing with. They're keeping it for themselves. But anyway, that's off topic.
But
Back to
like
horse.
to bring it back, like I have the Brandy Love. She was on the Conservative Twins podcast. Like she's there by saying it's like, oh, like conservatives hate me and all this kind of stuff. But it's because you were a porn star and they were trying to act like you're a conservative influencer. Like what? Like how does that make fucking sense? That's like Destiny saying, "Oh, I'm conservative now," but then this is what like kind of destroys the movement, or why people don't want them in the movement, is because, like, for example, like Nala will go out and say it's like, oh, like you shouldn't judge a woman by the past, but then also claim to be Christian. It's like, no, you can't hold these two things. It's like the LGBTQ churches. It's like it specifically says in the Bible that a man should not lay with a man, but then you're flying fucking pride flags outside your church. Like, what the fuck's going on here? You know what I mean?
And
It's
you've got a dyke bishop.
Exactly. You know what I mean? It's literally just like a way to get in and then to try and subvert the original message, essentially. And that's why, like I said, in terms of the whole thing, it ends up doing more damage than good. And you have like Michael Knowles bringing Nala on, all this shit, and like she's doing the fucking cooking videos now and all that kind of bollocks. It's literally just a way to extend their fucking career past the shelf life of like was typically 20 to 30. Those were pretty much the only years you could do. Other than that, you're pretty much fucked unless you want to like start like because like that was the thing. Like they get all the money in like between their 20s and 30s. They wouldn't save on to it because they think, oh, I can do this forever. And then when they get into their 30s, 40s, they're not as hot anymore. They're not getting as much attention. They're not getting the action or whatever. So like if you were a smart whore, you would have saved that money and then been able to reinvest it in all this plastic surgery and all this kind of bollocks. Most of them weren't even able to do that kind of thing. So now it's like, okay, yeah, okay, I've lost all my money, but I still want to be an influencer. Oh, I'm just going to pick up the Bible and start fucking preaching, even though they don't have a fucking clue. You know what I mean?
Kat, you've got to talk. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Can't believe I'm telling a woman she needs to talk, but she needs to unmute herself as well.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Fucking hell. First day on the job.
Okay. Okay, what do you guys think about the disparities in mental health between liberal and conservative women? Do you think that can explain some of the anger that they have?
I think that there is usually a more important aspect to it, and it's similar to the statistics that they were bringing up when they were talking about criminality among certain groups, and basically like why having a two-parent household is important. Because if you look specifically at women, most of women's behavior is learned behavior, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is why usually most guys will know this. If you've ever been with a girl and she turns out to be a crazy bitch, 9 times out of 10, she came from a single parent household. Most of the time it was the mother raising her. Why? Because women are usually way more fucking unstable than men are. And if you're raised by a parent who's pretty aggressive, you're a woman, you're going to start to mimic that behavior and you're going to grow up to be an aggressive woman. So if you look at it that way, another statistic that people don't like to admit is that a lot of broken families tend to be liberal. Conservative families usually are more of a kind of stick to that whole family unit thing, which is why you get like the more aggressive, the more fucked up, the more unstable people on the liberal side, because they tend to have more broken families.
But I've seen a lot of liberal people that have two-parent families, but they just have like a weak ass beta
father.
Yeah. Or I've seen they have a good father. But this is more like the sons. I'm going to come after
But they
the
have
dudes.
2 of them.
No. I'm talking about specific. I know people who have really good fathers, mothers. Everything is good in the home. And then because they're attractive, they go, oh, I can exploit these liberal people. So they become liberal and they encourage women to be liberal so that
Wait a
they
second,
can
wait a
go
second.
and have access.
So you're talking about fake liberals, though. You're not
Dude.
talking about legit liberals.
But I talk to them and it seems like they freaking believe, like they drank the Kool-Aid, like they
Yeah,
were.
no, that's performative. That's performative. Like, okay, so there's this. Have you ever read the Journal of Public Economics
Of course not.
or heard of it? Oh,
Nope.
okay. There was this study. I can't remember when it was, but there was a guy. I remember his name because it reminded me of Jordan Peterson. It was Rolf Daus Peterson, right? And he was one of the guys. He was a co-author on this study that they did, where it was actually about the idea of attractiveness along political lines. And they basically proved in this study that attractive people tend to be more conservative, right? So if you're looking at conservatives versus liberals, liberals tend to be less attractive, conservatives tend to be more attractive. And there was a variety of reasons for it, but predominantly, they pointed out that, look, whether you like to accept it or not, because a lot of liberals don't want to accept this, attractiveness does matter. And if you're more attractive, people are more inclined to treat you a certain way, doors open for you and stuff like that. So basically what happens is that attractive people are more likely to find success in life than less attractive people. And the liberals get pissed off with that. That's why they coined that term pretty privilege, and they wanted to shame people for it. So basically, beautiful people tend to succeed more because people interact with them differently. And if you think about it that way, what tends to happen is that the left attracts ugly losers. That's basically what it is. So it isn't necessarily that just because you become a liberal, now you're going to become ugly. Part of it is that you are more inclined to become, you're more inclined to be ugly when you realize that you're kind of gravitating towards the left. That's partly what it is, and it controls people via shame. If you look at conservative ideology versus liberal ideology, the conservatives want to strive for success, and they understand the importance of healthy competition. So you're always going to be kind of trying to do better to meet the standard that other people within your group are setting, and you want to keep striving for that and kind of reaching for that success and exceeding it again and again and again. Whereas this kind of Marxist view that's kind of taken over the left means that you can't be successful because you're going to hurt other people's feelings. And if you do better than somebody else, they're going to feel bad because it's that side that believes in everybody deserves a trophy, right? So when you can't keep upping the bar, it means that you have to set that bar to be as low as the most pathetic person that's on your side, because we all need to be the same. That's the whole idea of, that's the equality that they're talking about. That's the equity that they're talking about. If you're going to rig the game so that everybody succeeds, you're all going to succeed at the level of the worst performing person among you. And that goes for everything, including looks. You can't look good because you're going to make the old fat Iago over there feel bad about herself. So what are we going to do? We're going to celebrate her ugliness and her fatness, and we're going to call it body positivity. But you're going to have certain you're muted again, Kat.
Okay,
But just to echo off that, because like you brought up a good point there. It's like they're aiming down, and like this is what kind of Jordan Peterson was talking about with his recent interview with Michael Malice. And it's like what is like the most evil? Because like you can look at like postmodernism. At least there's like some sort of like coherent thing where it's like, yeah, I just want to manipulate power to get what I want. Whereas like when you look at like a lot of like the gender ID, the gender theory, queer theory, all this kind of bollocks, it's like it's aiming down. Like there's no actual kind of like goal. It's like the Joker in Batman. You know what I mean, like when he got all the money from the thieves, and this is why they fear him most. He just burnt it. He had like no respect for whatever. It's like even when you look at criminals do have respect over property and all that stuff, because like why would they steal it unless they respected it? They want to actually kind of like try to they just want to get ahead easier or whatever. They just want to kind of manipulate the system so they can get ahead. Whereas when you look at like characters like the Joker, which is this kind of like deeper kind of like evil, where it's like you brought up the equity there. It's like we all seen the meme where it's like the three people stand on the boxes and it's like a
Yeah.
really short dude, a really tall guy, and then a guy in the middle. It's like, oh no, like equity's like, and they're all standing on the box. Equity would be like, okay, the shortest guy gets the most boxes and all that kind of shit. That's never how it fucking end, how it turns
And the
out.
tall guy gets
It's
his legs cut off. You got to punish the
but
successful person as
yes,
well.
but what happens, and this kind of speaks to your point in terms of like just like your aim towards the lowest the lowest denominator is everybody gets their legs cut off. So then we're all
Yeah.
equal. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Because look, it's like that thing. If everybody's a winner, then nobody wins,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's the way you need to think about it. It's like they want to make everybody happy. It's like, oh, look, everybody's a winner. But realistically, if you think about it that way, nobody wins. So not only that, but even if you're going to say, look, we've set the bar so high, everybody reached that. Everybody reached it. We set the bar that high, right? And we're not going to call the game until everybody reaches that level. It's like, okay, look, now the game's over and we're all winners. Even that is shit. Even that is shit, because the fact is that you're not going to take somebody and say, look, this is the kind of paragon, this is the winner, this is that level. Now we need to exceed it. You always need to let people know you've got to do better, you've got to do better, you've got to do better. That is real progress. The people who call themselves progressives now are doing the complete fucking opposite. They're regressives.
Mm-hmm.
You're not progressive if you're saying, look, we're all great. No, you're fucking not.
And
Can I go? No.
Sorry, go ahead, Kat.
Okay. So I have a theory, because do you know about like the whole theory that women only look to like the top, I don't know, let's say 10% of guys, and everybody else is like they don't care about them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my theory is that the top percentage of guys that get all the attention from women, they are fine with at least pretending to be liberal, because that means they can have access to many, many girls. So they'll fake being liberal to get all the girls access. And then what happens is they never choose a girl. So like all the girls go, like all the guys are liberal, all the best guys are liberal, right? Because they're faking it to get lots of access. So then they kind of like, women are followers, so they follow along with what they want. Like, oh, this is the hottest guy, so I have to pretend or be liberal or whatever so that I can get his attention. And they realize the guy's not picking them. None of these guys that they want are picking them. So then they go nuts, and then they shave their head, and then they get the freaking metal in the face and the tattoo faces, and they let themselves go, and then they start screaming in the streets, and then they end up with some like guy that they hate because he's like really, really beta, and then they get
When you
more
think that's
angry.
you think that's why they look unattractive.
I think like when they're young, they're trying to be cute, right? Because they're trying to attract, because every girl has like the biological need to like attract the best looking guy. And if the best looking guys are pretending to be liberal so that they can have access to all the women, the girls are just followers. They're just going to follow along.
I think first of all, can I just address something in chat? GT just made a couple of comments which I just wanted to address, saying that the study doesn't make sense because the political leanings that you have is a choice. And yeah, so basically what that study pointed out was that they did say, like, obviously not all conservatives are attractive and not all liberals are ugly, but it was a point of when they looked at the majority. So the majority of the attractive people were found on the conservative side, and the majority of the unattractive people were found on the liberal side. Obviously, there's going to be exceptions to that rule. And yes, it is a choice that you make. But what they basically were finding was that the ideology that you have to strive for success or to reach success, or when you find success and you realize how that makes you feel, does make you make those choices that lead you towards the right. They basically said it's you're being influenced towards your party side. So the less attractive people tended to find, obviously, that they're less happy as well, because they're not finding the kind of success that they would accept. And the what the left keep saying is this kind of idea of we're going to placate you, we're going to kind of make you feel okay with it, it's not your fault, it's the fault of things like racism or homophobia or pretty privilege or stuff like that, and that appeals to you and makes you gravitate more towards the left with other people who are going to make you feel like it's not your fault, it's okay, and emotionally support you rather than kind of help you toughen up and do better.
And it's like misery loves company. You know what I mean? It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
this to kind of take what Kat was saying and just kind of apply it in like a more broader sense. Because like I don't think like these guys are like, oh, like like the liberal thing, the liberal thing, but it's like guys will lie to get pussy, always have, always will. It is what it is. I'm exposing the game
but
here,
none
fellas.
of these chicks have dads who can tell them that.
Yeah, but but
well, let's
what I'm
not
trying to
pretend
speak
like
to
women don't lie.
Oh
But
no, they do. They go,
speak to the
I just want fun, or I don't want anything serious.
To speak to the broader sense, though, it's like, yeah, it could be a thing of like where the liberalism thing, or like just the liberal principles or the feminist principles, all this kind of shenanigans. It's like they're all lies, and like what Dane was saying as well. It's like when you're unhappy, it's a lot easier to point the finger at someone else than to point it back at you. You know what I mean? Rather than to look and examine within yourself and say, no, that there's something that I done wrong in this situation. Ergo, like I'm going to fix that and then improve it and then have a better outcome. Rather than do that, it's like, no, we're just going to make sure the outcome's always the same. Then no one ever gets upset. But you're going against like literally nature in terms of that. Like the like emotions don't factor into any of these fucking equations. Like because it's all objective reality that we're talking with, we're dealing with. So this whole
And it's also
perspective.
why, sorry.
But like the cap off, like the whole kind of perspective of like what we're seeing on the left play out, all this kind of shit, and it does happen on the right wing as well. There's a lot of like lies that are there as well. It's like if you're living in a lie, like how are you able to like engage with reality? You know what I mean? Like because you're basically living in a lie. So how are you actually able to deal with truth? You can't, and ergo that's why you have this comforting just tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
Well, you've got like a bloody multiverse of truth. Everybody's got their truth. This is my truth. This is my truth. This is my truth. It's like that's manipulating language in such a way to help people deal with or try to deal with their own cognitive dissonance. Is we've got to manipulate the language so much so that even truth doesn't really mean anything anymore, because then it's okay to kind of live in a lie. Because you can still kind of try and make yourself feel better saying, no, I'm right, I'm correct. It's just that's my truth.
Okay, but guys, listen. What about what I said? Can we blame the hot guys that are pretending or liberal, let's say, for all of our problems? Yes or yes?
No.
Why not? Because Damon, you're taking advantage of these poor skanks all the time. So you just don't want to be held accountable.
No, wait a second. I love the way Kat done this because she's done the typical woman move where it's like, I'm going to blame the men for everything. I'm not actually going to take
I didn't say
accountability.
all the men, only the attractive men with the multiple women.
Yeah, blaming men.
I'm
That's
sorry.
what I was saying. Deal with the truth.
Where does
You know what I mean?
it say in the Bible men can have
Yeah,
multiple
okay.
whores?
So this is the whole thing of like when someone gets a bad contract or they feel as though they're not getting paid enough. It's like, did you sign a contract willingly? Yes. So
Okay,
this is where you
Tarek,
blow a
that's
hole
the
in this
thing.
whole argument against capitalism.
we
It's like you
don't-
entered into contract.
Okay, yeah.
legally,
Yes,
willing,
lots of people
you
make
had your
bad
own
choices.
agency.
We got it.
Cat.
What?
I hate to start this
Oh,
conversation,
Lord.
but who are the gatekeepers of sex?
Exactly.
Women. But they don't
Yes.
know that because they're stupid because they don't have dads anymore.
Right, and that is why the best that we've been able to come up with so far is an age of consent and consent laws.
Oh,
So
did you
if
guys
you haven't
hear
learned
about
that,
the age of consent?
One sec. Kat, listen to
I was
Damon.
just going to
Damon's
say,
giving
if
some
you
wisdom here.
haven't learned that lesson, if you haven't learned that you've got the power to say no after the age of
Well, they
18
don't
or whatever
want
it
to
is,
say no. That's the thing. they
Well,
think
then
if they
that's
sleep
you
with
just
you
said
that
they
you'll
don't
love
want
them.
to, but you've just admitted that they've made a choice, right?
Yeah,
And
of
if you're
course.
a
Nobody's
conservative
saying they
woman,
didn't make a bad choice. They're definitely making a poor choice.
right? Okay,
Yes.
But
so
the
if
important
you
thing
make a
is
bad choice,
women shouldn't be allowed to make choices. So it's
wait,
up to men.
if women can't make choices, then that means that they can never consent to anything. So
I
what
said what
kind of
I said.
society? So
Yes.
you'd be
Yes.
okay with a society where grape is legal?
No. You have to marry the woman. Like the father agrees to
So after you
the
marry her,
union.
you can grape her all you want.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not, that's a marriage.
And how do you marry her? Does she, when the priest asks her if she takes you to be the husband, what she can't make a choice?
Look. That's how it used to be, and wasn't it better?
Fucking hell.
Look, it's never going to be perfect. We have to throw that idea away.
Like think
We have to
about
choose our
like
bad.
how fucked up it has to get. It's like where it's like we literally can't even treat women as if they're people. It's like no, like let's go back to chattel slavery. Wasn't it just so much easier when you didn't have to think, guys? It's like rather than actually hold a woman accountable for a bad choice that she made. Like that's all we're doing is trying to like to say it's like take like the smallest modicum of like what's foundational to responsibility. Just take a modicum of fucking responsibility over the poor choice you made. And like I said, look back in the situation, kind of say, yeah, I made a poor choice there. What could I do differently to have a better outcome?
Okay, but did I tell you about how like when I was young, like all the girls like that were hoes, whatever, they were getting like all this attention and they were like going on, like the yachts and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, I can't do that stuff because like I have a dad. And like the other girls would be like, yeah, like if my dad dies, then I'll do that stuff. Like that's how like women think because they had the dad, they had shame. They had somebody keeping them honest, keeping them moral because their brain didn't function properly to understand that like wait hold on that the immediate gratification was going to end to them being thrown away, right?
But Kat, you do realize your whole argument goes against you because you're saying that women are too stupid to understand. So like by using your own logic, you're too stupid to understand our logic.
Dude, I didn't understand this shit until I was much older.
Did you see what I'm saying
we
here?
don't
The
have
only
proper
reason
shame.
why like I did good stuff was because my dad was on top of my ass.
Yeah,
I
but
wasn't
we
allowed to
don't
go
have.
out. I wasn't allowed to do
I'm
this.
pretty sure that's incest.
No, that's not. No, I mean, like he
Cat,
was
we
watching,
don't
making
have
sure I
proper
wasn't going
shame
out.
today, though.
What?
We do not have proper shame today. We don't have proper shame today.
Because your
This
guys
is
have let the women.
no.
One sec, Kat, 'cause
I'm
let's run through this though, Damon. Okay, you have an overbearing father. You're literally just throwing more fuel into the fire for all these other bitches that are whispering in her ear, all her friends, and say, "Oh, he's just an overbearing father." They fucking like emaciate yourself, whatever fuck it's called. You know what I mean? You're just throwing more fuel on the fire. So this whole thing of like, if we just had strong fathers, that still wouldn't work because these bitches are hoes. We need to hold these hoes accountable.
Will
Sorry, go
make
ahead, Damon.
hoeing illegal.
No, see, you don't make it illegal. People
Well, what
people
the
can
hell?
have choices
We're trying to
because
fix this.
look, if you want to fix it, you need to bring back actual shame. All of these problems escalated. If you look at society, all of these problems escalated the moment we had the one thing that can be blamed for everything fucking wrong in society today: political correctness. Woke. If when you meet liberals that are like, define woke, this is what pisses me off when they're like, what do you mean by woke? Define woke. You can't even define it. Isn't it a real thing? It is a fucking real thing. Wokeness is the offshoot, is the weaponization of political correctness. You take in all the lessons that people learn from being politically correct and you weaponize it. And that's what you have when you have something that's woke. That's what it is. People have to pander to the most fucking degenerate, pathetic people in society. And if you make a film that panders to the most pathetic, degenerate people in society, like what's that film that's being nominated for 13 Oscars now? That Emilia Perez shit. Mexican drug lord who decides to become a tranny, and then all of a sudden, after identifying as a woman, decides that they're going to become a good person or something. Like the lesson is basically cut your cock off and you're going to be a better person. That's basically all it is. And it's the most degenerate fucking thing. And what do? They nominate it for 13 fucking Oscars. This is when people call that woke, they're like, well, what do you mean by that? Define the word. How's it work? How's it work? They know exactly what the fuck they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. They're using it to destroy society. And even the people that are pretending like they're doing something good and who want to bring back some kind of shame, they're monetizing it. This is why I can't fucking watch whatever anymore. Any of those podcasts where they're like, look, we're going to bring these whores on and we're going to expose them. And no, you're fucking not. You're monetizing it. You're giving them attention. They're going on your show. They're getting viewers. They're getting people subscribing to their OnlyFans. And even the people watching it, I'm like, do you really watch it because you like seeing whores get exposed? Because they're getting extra subs off of it. So
that was one of my
what's your
questions.
audience? This is I don't watch it. I'm sorry. Like what kind of guy is going to sit down with a panel of 10 fucking whores with their tits out and be like, I'm doing God's work here. Fuck you. Suck my dick. You're not trying to shame those whores. You're just profiteering off the fucking issue. You're making money off the fucking problem. You're not doing anything to fucking fix it. If you're actually doing a good job shaming these whores, then how the fuck is it that if it's Fresh and Fit or whatever, or whoever the fuck does that kind of shit, how is it that you're getting more women coming back on your show? Why is it that people are lining up to come on your show? They're not experiencing shame. They're getting fucking attention. They're getting what they want. You're building them viewers. You're getting them more attention. We're not doing anything to fix the fucking problem by doing shit like that. That's why I don't fucking watch that garbage anymore.
Because like this is the thing. Like if you were to do it, you'd do it like individually. You wouldn't have like 10 bitches there. You know what I'm saying? And you'd approach it in terms of the debate sense. Now, in terms of, like I said, like the likes of whatever, Fresh and Fit, it's clearly, like I said, there's the financial thing behind it. But you bring up a good point. It's like, what are you doing with that capital? Try and change the situation rather than just saying, well, the show's good enough and I'm getting money from it, kind of thing. Whereas if you've seen them like making investments or political at least campaigns towards certain things to put in place that prevent this, that's one thing. But to get back to the and this kind of like draws it back to like the whole point Kat was saying, it's like, oh, like these women like apparently can't fucking make a choice, but we let them vote, which is baffling. It's like, in order to legislate the change, it needs to be so severe that you're basically going back to draconian fucking laws, which I don't think any one of us wants to see.
Okay, how about this?
Because like fundamental, because one sec, and this is what you need to understand. Like, politics is downstream from culture, not vice versa. You understand that? Please tell me you understand that.
Mm-hmm. Kat.
Yes, sir. What?
Okay. Is politics downstream from culture, or is culture downstream from politics?
Politics downstream.
Exactly. Good. So this whole thing of like trying to legislate change in culture doesn't fucking work. That's why Damon's saying we need to bring back shame. You understand?
Okay, but you guys said we can't hold them accountable, so we can't shame them. I still want
Kat, you're the one who's saying we can't hold them accountable. We're saying we should hold them accountable.
How are you going to hold them accountable?
Kat, the best way to look at this is you look at the microcosm early on in life when we learn the lessons the most. You learn the lessons the most when you're growing up, when you're a kid. Look at the playground, right? Again, if I'm talking about how society got fucked up by political correctness, this was brought in first in schools. It started because they realized we need to target the younger generation who are going to be the adults of tomorrow, right?
Why are the trannies reading the kids?
Yeah, exactly. But if you look at the playground, what did they do? The biggest, the one of the worst things is they eliminated bullying. They got rid of bullying.
That
okay,
was the best part about being a kid.
That if you look at the animal kingdom as a whole, you will see bullying pretty much everywhere across the animal kingdom. Okay, it's how they learn to behave and fit in society. When it's corrective behavior, basically. So when you say we're not going to allow you to bully a kid, and not only that, but the div kids, the biggest fucking failures, are going to get special treatment, and they're going to get elevated. They're going to get propped up. They're never going to learn what it is to be a loser and how awful losing feels. All of this shit is corrective lessons that you learn in life. But if you get a medal at everything you do, even if you sit in a corner licking a fucking rock instead of running a race, and you get given a participation trophy, and you never learn what it's like to get the shit kicked out of you for being a fucking idiot, like you're never gonna fix up later in life. You're never gonna. There's no motivating factor for you to do better. And if that kind of damage is inflicted upon a child to not experience those lessons, then they've got no hope as a fucking adult. So when I say you need to bring shame back, you bring that shame back in the schools.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember how many times I've seen kids.
Yes. Mandatory.
What?
We can do
You shame them.
mandatory shaming.
Yeah,
I can't tell you. I can't tell you how many kids I saw that when it was time to play, like when we were playing, like a kid who pulled a toy out of a box, and it happened like he just reached in there and pulled something out, and it happened to be a fucking doll, right? And he's got like a girl's toy, and all of the boys were like, haha, you fucking this or whatever, like, you know, gets called the F word, which we're not allowed to say. See, you're not even allowed to say it when we're a fucking bunch of adults talking on YouTube. You can't say that word anymore. So, Teriak, go for it.
Yeah, faggot. So like,
Exactly.
I just want to bring up that comment. Yeah, from Screaming Bagel. Can you bring that back up? The cat's out of the bag. The only way OnlyFans stops is if men stop buying it. Here's how you destroy this argument. Do you guys know of a platform called Twitch?
Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
It's Twitch.
Again, Kat, you're supposed to be a streamer. It's a streaming website.
Yes.
Wait, did Steve even know what Twitch was? And you don't know what Twitch was?
What is
Twitch,
it?
yeah.
No, you don't.
It's a game. It's a website where gamers play games and then people watch them play the games.
Oh, is it the hot tub one?
Exactly.
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
yeah,
perfect. This is perfect. So I didn't influence this at all. Chat, okay? So this whole thing, this was supposed to be a gaming website. So all these, like, you know, undesirable men, like the Asmongols, these guys that like sit in the room and just play video games. That was the whole concept behind it. You know what I mean? It was just dudes, nerds, essentially playing video games and streaming it to other nerds.
Are predators. They knew the losers that couldn't get any chicks were going to be there. They went where the market was.
Exactly. So this whole thing of like, if we just get rid of OnlyFans, then that stops the problem. No, it fucking doesn't. Because they'll basically, that's why you have porn on X. That's why you have like all these like these like social media websites that still have these porn things. Because women will go to these areas to try and entice men into it. So this whole kind of concept of like, if men just act better, then it won't. It won't.
Wait.
Whole thing of
so,
like,
whoa. You mean you won't? You can't control yourself? Bruh.
But again, this is the whole kind of like, was it emotional language where you can't control yourself, or the if a guy has standards, it's like, oh, you're just insecure. You just don't. You just
no,
can't
it's not
handle a woman with a
insecure. It's
past.
just like it's just.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is, it's like that's the typical kind of woman thing.
Hoes.
But we've seen it in live action. We've all seen Twitch that was supposed to be a game website. Now it's a softcore porn website.
Wait,
it does not matter.
Can I just point out something? There's something here that we need to be honest about. Men are going to look at porn. Men are going to look at porn. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is the whole reason why advertising was so successful back in the day, because people realized that sex sells, right? If you want to sell a guy something, you stick a hot woman with big tits with her ass hanging out, parading that thing, and men will buy it. It doesn't matter what the hell it is, men will buy it. And they realized that, and statistically that was proven. So any guy saying like, no, not us, Christian men, yes, they fucking will. Yes, they fucking will. It doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter what God you pray to. It's about you being a man. If you've got a set of balls, if you've got testosterone,
does that mean all men cheat no matter what?
No, it doesn't mean that all men cheat, because we do have self-control to some degree. But the fact of the matter is,
you either have it or you don't.
Hide. No. You can't hide the fact that the temptation's going to be there. A guy's going to look. right? But if it comes to the fact that, like, hang on a second, I've got a wife and I've got kids at home, so I'm not going to go into this woman's bed. Like that's something different. There is a level of control there. But here's the thing: what you said earlier on, Kat, you said, "Oh, so you should be repulsed by whores," right? That's the difference. Okay, women need to understand that that is something that exists in the needs of men, and it's something that will tempt men. But here's the problem. And this is the choice that the informed choice that a woman can make afterwards, is that a guy is going to look at a whore. A guy's going to look at a whore, and if the guy's single, the guy might even go to bed with a whore. But when you said men need to be repulsed by whores, they are. Men are repulsed by whores. But here's no. The issue is that they will, if they're single, they'll look at the whore. They'll sleep with a whore, but they're never going to put the fucking ring on the whore's finger. They're going to marry the high-level woman at the end of the day. They're going to marry the woman who's got self-respect, who's got class, who's got dignity, who's got all of those good quality attributes,
Not
who wants
every
to be a mother.
guy. I mean, Nala, isn't she getting married?
Of course, not every guy. Nothing's going to be exclusive in that way. There's always going to be exceptions to the rule. But there's going to be stupid guys out there who marry a whore, who take on a woman who's got other men's kids, who decide that they're going to make those kind of stupid choices. Yes, men will make stupid choices too. But I'm just saying that if you want to play the odds and have everything in your favor, don't be the whore. There's always going to have to. There's going to be those whores out there who are going to appeal to men, and who men are going to look at, and who men are going to want to watch a porn film of, or go to if they're single when they're desperate. But why would you want to be that woman? Like, and we don't need to fucking police that shit. This is, if you want to see, like, you don't need laws and shit, like Teriak said. The simple thing is, let women carry on making that choice. And when they fail hard enough for long enough, and when they see how many of these women hit their 40s and nobody wants to touch them because they're a diseased whore, then eventually people are going to realize maybe this isn't a good life choice. But you're always going to have people who are going to sub to that shit. You're always going to have desperate fucking men. You're always going to have losers who get attracted to that, and who maybe even will put a ring on that finger. But just to look at the men that these women think they're going to have. Whenever you do see those shows, those panel shows with those fucking whores who are like, I'm a 10, and I'm not going to go for a guy who's got less than 6 figures, and who's under 6 foot tall, and who doesn't look like a fucking Adonis. Like, okay, how many of you actually ended up with that fucking guy, though? You all got railed out by them. You all got fucked by them. We all took their dick. But how many of you took a fucking ring from that dude? None.
What are you trying to say, whore?
6 figures.
No. Don't tell people how big your junk is.
It sounds.
Shh. Can't take him anywhere.
I mean, like Andrew, like kind of like put forward as well, like the proposition is like we need like a propaganda campaign to make bullying great again. Because like that's the only way you're going to change the politics, is if you start affecting the culture. We're already starting to see this resistance in a lot of the young generation that's coming up now, where like they have no issue like fucking like using all the forbidden words, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like you're starting to see the pushback happen now. Because again, that's why kind of like I point out, why are the trannies doing a story time with kids? They're not doing it with old people. They're not doing it with fucking like the middle-aged people. They're doing it with the kids.
Old
and they're
people
doing it
would kill them.
Exactly.
Old people will kill them. Can you imagine trannies going like, "Oh, we're gonna read to people in old people's home." You'd get beaten to death with a Zimmer frame within about 5 fucking seconds.
A Zimmer frame. Zimmer frame.
What's that?
What's a Zimmer frame?
What is that?
For those that don't,
It's like
live.
the frame that old people walk with.
A frame?
You know,
Like
is it a cane?
like two walking sticks held together with another 2 walking sticks behind
a
it.
walker. We call it a walker here. Okay.
Oh yeah, okay. Language is hard for you guys. I forgot.
Yeah, we advanced beyond.
Speak American.
You advanced
They don't
to 1
understand
word
this.
instead of 2.
This foreign language you speak English.
We did.
English.
Smartly,
Speak American,
I would
boy.
say.
Oh my goodness. So, do you think, because I've been on X and I know like all the liberal chicks that go to X to complain, they try to just do the same, you know, like they're crying videos about how hard life is, whatever. People destroy them on X. It is so much fun, but they do have a lot of bots that attack the people that try to attack the liberal people, but it's clearly bots because they have like 50 flags and like long usernames with numbers and letters and shit that doesn't make any sense. So like, I'm just saying, do you think that if they just like let social media, like let us off the leash everywhere online, everything will just fix itself?
Yeah, bring back bullying, make bullying great again. You bring that back, and you'll see. I honestly just give it 1 year of just let kids go to town on each other, like in school.
Not
Just
that way.
What are they?
No. Okay. Well, what about if you know, in some other cultures, you can sue someone for like dating you for years and not marrying you. What about if we bring that back? So then it's like,
No.
if you just want to be a hoe,
You
man
can't
or
have
woman,
authoritarianism like that.
I want
you
that.
can't.
I
You're
need,
gonna
we need
cause
that.
more
Like, this
problems.
is
We
You're
can't let
gonna
people do what
cause.
they want anymore.
Kat is flirting dangerously with National Socialism. That's basically what Kat's
It's not
doing.
Yeah.
socialism.
No, I mean,
I need a dictatorship.
you need it.
No, Kat, because you're coming at it from the point of view of like, no, we need to do this for the benefit of the population. Yeah, to make the population, and then we just set up some camps for these people with the weird noses, and then we, you know,
Shut up. No, not like that.
preheating. Think of the energy savings, yeah.
Look, once we get the fluoride out of the water here, and then we start like forcing kids to eat like real animal protein, get the bugs and the chemicals out of the schools, I think things will start working out because like all their brain functions can return.
I think that if
Diet
you,
is part of it. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, in the one of the comments was saying that bullies aren't bullying for the greater good; they're damaged individuals. You've got kids who are abusive because they're damaged and therefore they're abusive and they're lashing out at other kids. Not all bullies are that person. There's bullies out there that simply, you know,
Verbal.
what feels right and you know what doesn't feel right. No, even I'm talking like even if they're physically attacking someone.
No.
It-
I think verbal is okay. Verbal
No,
off
whatever.
the chain.
What I'm saying is that what motivates bullies to do what they're doing, and when I say bullies, I'm not talking about the one class bully, the big one who just everyone's afraid of. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how kids generally will pick on other kids if they see something that seems wrong. It's deviant behavior that they target. If you look at it, when I say deviant behavior, I'm not talking about like deviant how we use the word normally. I'm talking about by simply pointing out that it deviates from the norm. Kids know how they should behave. They will socialize, and
Yeah.
if you don't influence the kids, if you don't influence them by talking to them about imaginary genders and having trannies read books to them, but if you just let kids be kids normally, right, they're going to gravitate towards normal things. They're going to gravitate towards certain games that certain genders like to play, like girls playing how girls play, boys playing how boys play. The moment they see something that deviates from that, if they see an effeminate boy, he will get bullied. Nobody is telling these kids, look at that boy over there. I don't like him. You should pick on him. They know to pick on him. They will know this. This is just normal animalistic behavior. And the moment teachers step in to stop that, they are fucking with nature. They are influencing. They are. I'm sorry. They're fucking with nature. This is how kids will learn. This is how they learn to be adults. Because everywhere else in the animal kingdom, that's what they will do. You see those corrective behaviors. Look at a pack of lions and look at the lion cubs when the lion cubs play with each other. If there's one lion cub that isn't doing what it should be doing, that can't keep up with the rest, that isn't strong enough, it will get picked. It will get picked on, and it will toughen up, and it will correct its behavior, or it won't, and it will die.
Yeah,
Now,
I have
I'm
a
not saying we
story.
should let kids die in the playground, but
Oh
you know,
gosh.
there's a line. I said I'm not saying that we should let that happen. There is a line. I agree, but as much as possible, let that natural process take place. Don't step in and fucking correct it.
These things I've seen in my chat as well, like someone saying like the arranged marriages and all this kind of stuff, and like Kat was saying, oh, like we need to get marriages, or like some goofy Middle Eastern country where it's like if you're dating someone for a certain amount of period, it's like you have to get married
It's
to
in
them. Kind of
Asia.
in enforcing. Okay, what continent is the Middle East in?
I don't know. I'm talking about like Japan and stuff.
Yeah, Middle East Asia. That's what the Middle East is short for. Okay. How does the Persian on panel not know what the Middle East? Okay, we're moving past that.
But I'm talking about Japan. Asia is Asia.
That's East Asia. Middle East is Middle East
I'm
Asia.
not talking
Or
about
sorry,
the
that's
Middle
West
East.
Asia.
I'm talking
What?
about in Japan, you can sue someone for dating you for a long time and not marrying you.
Yeah, you can also buy kids' underwear in fucking vending machines.
I mean, you
Use
can do
kids'
that
underwear.
here, but it's a little under the table. But you know,
But here's the thing, right? Like the whole kind of like concept of this is like, oh, we want to give women like that guarantee of marriage, but it's like this still like we wouldn't apply the same logic when it goes to men, where it's like, oh, if I buy her a drink or if I bring on a certain amount of dates, she has to give me the pussy. Like that's
no,
basically what
'cause
you're
you're
saying.
not married.
Because we're talking marriage versus sex. Like the only tool that men have is marriage, and this is where I disagree with black pillars to the degree where I say it's fucked and all this shit. Where I say, no, boys, this whole thing of men going their own way, that is the strategy to change this. Like that's the culture that you need to push in order to
Yeah,
affect
but
this change in
what
legislation.
happens
Because
only
the men hold out, right, and they say we're not getting married. Fuck this. Like we're perfectly willing to walk into oblivion or whatever. You know what I mean? Like put that card down on the table and see what the change you're going to get. Because again, like I was saying, it's like women will follow the fucking trends. We're already starting to see it with all like Nala converting over to fucking like the being the Bible thumper, all that kind of shit. It's like you will see the change in culture, but you can't just take away men's last weapon, essentially. The fact that you can hold out and say, nah, because even with the top 10%, it's like eventually like the stories will fucking be told of all these like women that are showing themselves, and like when you look at like these like high value man or whatever the fuck the saying is now for them, the top 10%, they have so many options where it's literally like I don't have to settle down because you can't even threaten me with sex. Like that's how like high level they are, where it's like the whole kind of sex thing is like I've got like fucking like 20 bitches on my phone right now. You know what I mean? It's literally like where the whole situation gets reversed on itself. Whereas like if the average guy trying to tell even an average woman nowadays, oh yeah, like you should do this or whatever. It's like, no, because I got like 10 other guys hitting me up in the DMs. I'm just going to go with them because they let me do whatever I want. You know what I mean? So it's about giving the power back to the men, restoring the patriarchy. You know what I mean? Not this whole thing of like, let's cater more towards women, because that's why we're in the shit show in the first place.
But just to quickly point out something that both of you, well, Kat tried to flip that argument, but I just want to kind of highlight the double standard that Teriak exposed there. That's the reason why the thing that you're proposing doesn't really work, Kat, because like I said earlier when I was asking you, like who are the gatekeepers of sex? It's women, but the gatekeepers of marriage are men.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to try and say we need to make a law that says that after a certain amount of time you have to marry the girl, then that was Teriak's point, because he was saying, well, then the double standard there is that you could say, okay, fine, after a certain amount of dates that we've had, you have to give me the pussy.
No, what you could say is, if you agree to marry me, then
No,
you can't say no.
because you're putting it purely on the man. Then you're discriminating against the man because
No,
he's
but
the
once he
gatekeeper of
gets a
marriage.
wife, he can do whatever he wants.
No, but you're discriminating against him because he's the gatekeeper of marriage. You're saying like, no, you have to get married. Why do we have to implement that law, but not
If
the
you
law on
want the
sex? You're
women
saying,
to
no,
do
you're
it,
going to get. No, what I'm saying is that you're affording way more leniency towards women by implementing that law.
This is what we used to have. If you wanted to sleep with a woman who wasn't your wife, you would go to a prostitute, you'd pay for it, right? That's how history was.
But you
Now
want to
you're
make
making
that shit
regular
illegal
girls
too, Kat.
prostitutes for free.
You want to make that illegal too.
Okay, fine. We'll keep prostitute, but legal, clean prostitution, that will be available. And then robots, they're super clean, right? We're going to have clean robot prostitutes. And then when you get married, then you can sleep with a woman.
Kat,
And she cannot sleep
Kat,
with anybody.
No, nobody's going to want women if you've got super clean, free robots everywhere. Let's be honest.
That's another thing that the technology is like this whole like AI kind of thing, making all these things redundant. Prostitution is going to be one of them.
Yeah, but you're going to be like, look at my robot. And then it's going to be, look at my real human woman. And then it's going to be like, wow, you got one of those.
Yeah,
That's
the robot
interesting.
talks way less.
It's like,
Is way
look
less
at my
fucking
robot
annoying.
friend. Look at my
Actually
my
can follow
real
instructions.
She
You know what I'm saying?
back, I
Like,
don't like it.
because like this is what I'm saying. Like a lot of these like ideologies are coming to a head. You're already starting to see it with the feminists and like the trans movement, where there's like, oh, those are turfs and all this kind of shit. It's like you're already seeing these destructive fucking ideologies start to fucking self-destruct or basically tear each other apart, kind of thing. But this is what I'm saying in terms of like the main point that we're trying to say to you is that it's like you're being so lenient towards women, where it's like you have to get married. It makes no sense, because like you wouldn't say it's like, okay, as soon as you're married, then yeah, like if he wants the sex, then
I'm
you
not
have
saying
to
that.
have sex with him.
You can become a whore or you can become a wife. You can choose.
Like
What?
Yeah, you choose. I become a prostitute or I become a wife.
Can I just
Or you
point
can do
out
a
real
third
quickly?
option.
One sec. Okay, because the birth rates are so low, should we mandate that women have to, like, that we just get rid of rape?
No, you have to be married
No, you have to give birth. As a woman, you have to give birth
if you're
after a
married.
certain period.
If you're married.
No,
If you're married.
because we don't need marriage to have kids.
Okay, yeah, but like we want to have families. We don't want to have a continuation of weak homes, broken homes. We want
Yes,
to have
so
together
if a woman knows all I have to do is like keep going on dates with this guy for like a year, then I get the marriage, then he's locked into a marriage, and then she just has no incentive to keep performing as a wife.
I don't. Okay, then get rid of divorce.
Can I just
Again,
point
that just
out
traps
that
the dude.
a little while ago, Kat
Somebody's got to be
just said
trapped.
something really funny. Kat was
Yeah.
Kat, do you remember what you said a little while ago when you said, okay,
course
so this
not.
is how we're going to have it? When you said some women are going to be
Prostitutes.
Yeah, so what that solution that you had was what? Some women are going to be prostitutes, and
Some will be wives.
which is the exact situation that we found ourselves in when we started talking about this debate. Well, not debate, but like trying to fix the problem. Kat's solution is let's just leave it where we are now. Some women are whores, some women are going to be wives.
Oh well, Wives' Tale. Isn't that
No.
Not Wives' Tale.
So anyways, what about if we make social media influencers have to not be degenerate?
God, Kat's a real authoritarian. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Like,
but this is the thing. But like she's authoritarian. Like, take away all the rights. Like treat them like chattel slavery. But then at the same time, you dare not hold that woman accountable. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she can choose if she wants to be a whore or a wife. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm holding her
Kat's
accountable.
low-key. Kat's low-key a govern me harder daddy liberal.
What?
Yeah.
What is that? Okay. Well, okay, look, we have to change movies and cultures and entertainment and everything to not exalt the whore, the cheater, the liar, the skank, the girl boss, that fantasy, the fake female superhero, all that lies. We need to get rid of all of that and go back to reality.
Sesame Street.
No.
Yeah. Culture. Oh, sorry. Politics is downstream from culture. You have to change the culture.
Exactly. So we need to start making entertainment that is not degenerate.
Yeah. And bring back bullying.
Right now.
Good words,
Done.
Skank.
know what I'm saying? Like,
What
because
happens
it's
if you're going to bring in some kind of mandates, the one that I would suggest first, which I think would make most of the difference, right, is because the reason why we've got the degeneracy that we've got today isn't simply that they removed bullying, but they started celebrating
Skanks.
disgusting shit.
Yeah.
So the first mandate should be like, if you're a bit soft, if you're a bit of a pussy, and if you're like, no, bullying's bad, fine. Don't necessarily bring back bullying, but at least bring a mandate out to stop celebrating degenerate fucking shit, like disgusting shit.
I got an idea.
So get rid of the parades, get rid of the fucking flags, get rid of the, like, every time you go onto a streaming site to watch something, instead of being able to find where's the comedy category, where's the action category, where's the humor category, where's the thriller category? No, you've got to wade through 50 fucking pages of whose month it is this week, or this month, or whose week it is this week, or what day we're celebrating today, or what fucking voices we're elevating today. Just get rid of that fucking shit and just give me the genres. I don't. Oh, this is a trans black woman who was a powerful, proud lesbian.
Look,
I
nobody
don't give a
watches
shit.
that.
No, but what the fuck is the film? You're not telling me what the film is. Is it a comedy? Is it a thriller? All I know is that she's a black woman who eats fucking rug. I don't know what the fuck the film is.
Okay.
Get rid of that shit. Stop promoting that
I got an
shit. Stop
idea.
celebrating that shit. And I'm just saying that if we just stop, because this is the manipulation. Because you want to talk about why the left girls are ugly, why are left women so fucking ugly? It's the herd mentality. It's the herd mentality. Like, I think it was Teriak who said last week, this is why they have livestock rings, because they're a herd. All as it is conditioning. You're manipulating people into following what every fucking other idiot with you is doing. So the moment you show this is what we're celebrating, this is what we're rewarding, this is who's getting elevated, they're going to follow along with the crowd.
Yes. Okay, so I have an idea.
But this is why you need to see the bigger picture here, Kat, because this whole kind of like postmodernism, the like, we don't care about morality, we just want power, essentially. Like, they don't care whether it's a right wing or a left wing. They just want the fucking power. They just want it to go tilt towards the horseshoe theory. Yeah, you can probably Google it, but it's basically like this concept where it's like you have like it's like a horseshoe. The political spectrum's not like a straight line. Basically a horseshoe, because there's basically authoritarian on the bottom or the top, depending on what way you're looking at it, and then you have like basically what would be like I think anarchy or whatever would be the opposite to fucking authoritarianism. They don't care. Like, it's the same thing. It's just a power grab. It's just like what messaging are we using, essentially. So when you look like the authoritarian, if we look at like 1940 Germany, it was all like, oh no, we're Christian, all this stuff, but they weren't actually Christian. Like they weren't actually employing Christian principles. They were just using whatever principles from Christianity they could to apply this like authoritarian rule, essentially. Equally with the communists, where there was no religion, it's like, oh, it's all about freedom, it's all about the working class or the workers' party, all this kind of shit. It's all about the downtrodden, all this kind of shit. It's all about let's be nice. It's like, because you have all these like, Christian people that like are like, they're just not sensitive enough to your things, all this kind of shit. It's just, all it is a play to push you more and more into authoritarianism, so they can bring down these fucking draconian laws that basically fuck your freedom up, essentially. You know what I mean?
Oh, they're
like,
gonna
that's
do
the
that
bigger play.
anyways. Of course, that's gonna happen. There's nothing we can do about it. But just for funsies, we can try to like talk about like how we would fix the world. One thing that I think will be a good idea is like, you know how there's a lot of movies now about like hideous people, losers, overweight people, unattractive people, and like they're just like considered the heroes, or like everybody wants to get with them, and they've done nothing to like better themselves, but people just want to get with them in these fictitious, crazy, woke fantasy movies, right? We can mandate it so that if you start off a main character as undesirable, they have to end the movie as now becoming desirable. So it has to be a motivational film to get people off their asses.
Beauty and the Beast.
No, not that. Like you start off like super obese and then you become super fit and then you get the girl. Not you get the girl while you're obese and she's super fit and she's just like, oh my God, this is great. Like, it has to be realistic. Bring back reality and motivational, feel-good movies.
If it was reality, then Beauty and the Beast would just be in his basement watching OnlyFans chicks.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Oh my gosh.
And Beauty would have ended up with Gaston. Let's be honest.
And the Beast actually would dress up as a furry.
Oh no.
Looking like the Beast at all times, and that's how he'd get off on it.
And lots of chicks would be into it. Yeah.
She actually might be into that.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, she was kind of nerdy, so she's probably a little weird too.
No, she would friend zone the Beast, and she would just be getting railed out by Gaston in the background.
Oh man.
No one fucks like Gaston. Let's see. Okay, whatever.
It's like this is one thing that like I've been doing a lot of thought into this and all this kind of shit, right? If you want to stir shit, or if you basically want to be the one in power and all this kind of shit, or if you want to do something bad, let's say, you don't want any evidence pointing towards you. Let's say the whole kind of like the perfect murder, let's say, right? Like any of these kind of like perfect murders, or any like Sherlock Holmes, or any of these kind of shows that go through this like crime or whatever that's being committed. Essentially, it's like the ones that like give the hero or Sherlock Holmes the most trouble is because it's like two things happen, but you also have that fall guy, the person that you make look guilty, and then there's the person you murder. This is the whole kind of shit of what you're trying to see in modern days, that it's like you have this whole polarizing divide between left and right, but no one's talking about authoritarian versus like center. You know what I mean? And it's like this whole dynamic where it's like they can't be the ones on loot. They need to make sure they have two horses always in the race. This is why the presidential election, they'll always say it's like they always made sure that they were getting that populist candidate in office. But then they basically have both politicians paid off, both the Republican and the Democrat. And then no matter who gets elected, you have that illusion of choice. No matter who gets elected, you have them paid off and they're going to do whatever the fuck you want. You know what I mean? Whereas this is when Trump came into office and it fucking threw a whole spanner in the works because you couldn't pay him off. That was the huge thing. Trump was going to do what he was going to make America great again, kind of thing. But this whole kind of dynamic between like the weird lefties versus the like basically national socialists at this stage. Don't know what word to the Hitler fanboys, whatever you want to call them. It's like they're both basically have that commonality where it's like they want authoritarian rule, they want like big government, overarching government, and like to basically put the foot down on like the average person. So that's how they polarize the average person, because they point to, for like anyone who's like, you know, right leaning, they'll point to all the weird lefty weirdos and say these are the people that like the whole trans, gender queer, all this kind of shit. Like those are your enemy and all this shit. So you polarize, so you vote in more draconian laws to try and prevent that shit, but it's actually just affecting you. And then on the flip side to it as well, a lot of like Nick Fuentes, for example, would be a good example. Like they want him to be the thing that all the lefties are trying to vote against. They'll surrender more and more freedoms to try and prevent the likes of Nick Fuentes and all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Because like that's who they're basically trying to put it towards. But either way, no one's looking at the whole kind of dynamic between the horseshoe, where it's like everyone's just talking about more and more authoritarian, big daddy government, rather than, like we said there, we pointed out, politics is downstream from culture. If you can change the culture, that's the winning play.
What do you think about mandating everybody has to be a supermodel or like a very aspirational body type to be on media?
Well, who decides what that is? Because it changes through time, and it changes based on where you are.
Well, yeah. Well, obviously the society, whoever like, you know, wants to like, whoever's the hottest.
My point is that if you stop policing natural behavior, all of these things will sort themselves out anyway. So if you stop policing natural behavior, i.e. the bullying, the teasing, right? If you let that stuff just happen normally, And if you stop policing that natural behavior by forcing things like body positivity, DEI shit, woke adverts where you always see some fat, ethnically ambiguous, ugly bitch uh, being paraded around like she's the paragon of fucking beauty, right? Having mannish looking dykes who play women's football be a Victoria's Secret model, or like one of the angels or whatever, like putting somebody who's rough as fucking nails in Sports Illustrated, or better yet, just putting a man who thinks he's a woman in Sports Illustrated. If you stop that shit and just let things naturally happen and be like, look, you can't influence this shit. There's laws against it. Get money out of that stuff. Because the whole reason why you're seeing, somebody said earlier on in the chat, they were like, stop putting mid people in fucking films, like get good looking people in films again, right? The reason why they're putting mid people in that shit and why you have that kind of casting is because there's literally, the Amazon white papers basically said we need to hire ugly people. Why? If you look at Netflix and if you look at Amazon, most streaming channels now can't hire attractive people. You have to have ugly people in films so that you don't make girls feel self-conscious about themselves. That's the fucking reason behind it.
But all the dating shows are super hot young people.
Yeah,
dating shows. Sorry, go ahead.
Nobody wants to see that.
You said we legislate that it's like you have to be a supermodel if you want to go on TV, right? But what Damon was trying to point out was like, well, who decides what supermodel is? Because, like, for example, like Lizzo could be then named as the ideal superhero, so everyone has to be obese. See how fucked up authoritarianism can get?
I'll decide.
But that's the whole thing. That's what plays in the mind. Oh, if I was in power, I'd be the one that'd make everything better and all this kind of shit. Well, but like,
exactly.
You need to let go of that
I'd
shit.
figure it out eventually.
But 6 or 7 years ago, people were thinking, don't worry about woke shit in films because those films are going to fail. And producers are going to realize that, no. They said that it's going to fail because production houses, investors are going to realize that they're not making money off of this anymore. They'll realize that nobody's going to see those films. What?
It was never about money. They came out. It was never about money. It was
about money. It was about money.
About money. It's not.
Look,
it's
it was about money because look, why is if you look at Disney, right? Why are they still sinking more money into Star Wars? Why are they still sinking more money into Marvel movies, even though they haven't made any money off of it in about 7 years? Like, they've been steadily losing money since fucking Endgame, however many years ago that was. And every Star Wars show has been fucking cancelled because it's got shit ratings, but they're still bringing out more. They're still making new ones and thinking up new shit, even though they know there's not an audience for it. Why are they doing it? They're not getting money from the viewers. Nobody's watching that shit. The ticket sales in cinemas fucking tanked. Viewer figures have tanked on their streaming services. Disney Plus nearly got cancelled, but they won't cancel it. They reinvested more money. Why? Because of that ESG money, right? The way the film industry is working now, the way film and TV is working now, especially with regards to streaming, is all of the shows that are getting greenlit, the production people aren't actually producers. They're not footing the bill. They're not putting their own money forwards. They show all of the tick boxes that a film or a TV series that they've greenlit has got. And however many tick boxes it completes, they get funded in advance by the people that are footing the bill for the ESG reward scheme. So all as they know is that we can make a film. It doesn't matter what the fucking budget is because it's been greenlit, and we're going to get our return back. So whatever happens, the production houses that aren't actually putting their own money forwards are getting a cut of profit. That they know that that's what it's going to work. It's going to work in their favor, and they get tax breaks, or at least they used to. I don't know if that's changing under Trump, but they get tax breaks and they get ESG money given to them by people like Blackstone, not BlackRock. Blackstone is a different company. Look it up. That's what BlackRock's trying to be. Is bigger and badder, and Soros money and other shit like that. So this is being funded, and it's not movie excellence. It's not TV excellence anymore. Movies aren't being made based on how successful they are. Merit doesn't matter anymore. And these people, Blackstone and Soros and all other people, they know, just like how Teriak said, that politics is downstream from culture. They're funding this shit because they realize that this is the cultural influence. TV shows, films, music, that you look at that shit and that's all you see everywhere. Everywhere you see is LGBTQ shit, woke shit, forced diversity shit. And they say like, oh, look, this is a reflection of America. This is the reflection of Europe. This is no, it's not. America doesn't look like that. You walk down the street, you're not going to see 5 straight people, 5 gay people, 5 transvestites, everybody equally ethnically diverse. That shit ain't America. That shit ain't Europe. Even when they try and force it, you're not getting an actual representation of reality when you watch this shit. This is what they want to build. This is what they want to make. And they know that culture influences politics, and politics is downhill from it, which is why they're doing this stuff. It's just brainwashing. That's all it is, plain and simple. And it's being paid for. And
So
this is why I was just going to say, this is why you're seeing this film about a Mexican trans drug lord who decides to become a woman, and it's being nominated for 13 fucking Academy Awards. It's not because of excellence. That's what the Academy Awards used to be for. It used to be for cinematic excellence. But just watch a clip of that film and you're going to realize that this was made by a fucking retard. And there's no fucking skill. It's a musical where nobody can fucking sing. It's got zero talent. It's zero talent in writing, in cinematography, in performance. These are talentless fucking activists that are churning out shit because they know they don't need to ask people to buy tickets. They've got their money before they make the film. That is everything that you see in film and TV today. Pretty much everything. If it says that there's some kind of DEI person involved, these people got ESG money, the equity and social governance money, funded. That's what made the film. What you are watching is just pure political programming, nothing else. And it's done because they want to destabilize Western culture. They want to subvert it. They want to corrupt it. And they want a future of future people who are so fucking brain damaged that they don't know what a woman is.
Okay.
Who are going to vote.
Okay.
Kat, why the fuck are you silencing us, Kat?
Oh my gosh. We're trying to not get any, problems. I did want to ask you guys. It sounds off topic, but I'll bring it back. So just answer this question one at a time. How do you catch a cold?
Weaken the
Teriak?
immune system.
Okay, and how does it become weak?
There's numerous ways. So, like, for
Just give me
example, like
one.
you've got a poor diet,
The
sugar,
COVID vaccine,
chemo.
Kat.
Stop! No, you can't mention that at all. I'm serious. If you even mention anything like that, I'm serious.
Oh God, I knew that would.
No, but we might have already lost the whole channel. Just mentioning it, you're gone. Okay, what about you, Damon? How do you catch a cold? Don't say anything stupid.
I'm not allowed to say.
Don't say that. Say something else. In 2007, how did you catch a cold?
By being too close to a Jew.
No, okay,
And
stop.
I'm just trying to piss you off now. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to piss you off.
Oh my God.
Damon, my heart goes out to you.
Oh, beautiful.
Stupid.
I don't know. Piss off a gypsy.
Okay.
How do you get a cold? By being around fucking weak, sick people.
Oh, that's not good. Failed. Damon failed. Teriak did not fail.
Wait. So you can be with somebody who is sick, but and they've got something contagious, but that's not how you catch a cold.
Oh no, it's about, are you responsible for your own body's reactions, or is the outside?
I'm Teriak already said by having a weak immune system.
Yes, he said that. That's not what you said.
Well, no, I'm not going to repeat what somebody else said. That I thought you were asking me for something else.
No. It's the whole thing is about to find your locus of control. So do you think the world happens to you, you're a victim, or do you think your choices affect how your outcomes are?
Yeah, your choices affect how your outcomes are, but obviously there are still victims. It's just that not everybody who thinks they're a victim is a fucking victim.
Mm-hmm. Kat, how are you bringing this
Racism is
back?
real, but just because you didn't get that job doesn't mean that the person was racist.
Yes, it does.
I mean, sometimes it is, but like that's fine too. Like people should be allowed to be, like, if that's what they want. Like, why would you want to
I
work
would love
for
to
someone?
watch an interview. I'd love to watch an interview where some minority dude goes for an interview, and like the interview is like some rich old white guy. And at the end of the interview, the rich old white guy goes, "Hey, buddy, I'll be honest with you. I am racist and I do hate your kind, but that's not why you didn't get this job. Like, you are genuinely really bad. Like, you're dangerously unqualified. I can't in good conscience give you this job."
Wow.
That would be such a head fuck. Imagine the dude walking out being like, I was right. He is racist. But at the same time, apparently I'm just really not qualified for this job.
Possibility. It's a possibility. But
Well,
because Kat won't bring this back, so I'm going to try to bring it back. What you were saying, Damon, in terms of like how you can even spot this.
oh
If
God.
anyone watches the show House, like I've been rewatching lately.
Oh, yeah.
There was I can't remember the fucking actress's name, but she's an annoying cunt even just to look at. Like she's called 13 in the show. I think Hadley or some shit like that. Like you can tell that this bitch is a bad actress, right? Because in one scene, right, she gets handed a coffee cup, right, and what she does is this, or she basically gets handed like the thing. Do you know what I mean? And it's like this is supposed to be a full beverage of coffee, so rather than do you go, you know what I mean? It's like this bitch is not believable even in this part. You know what I mean? And it's like you can even just like dissect that from the whole kind of comment this earlier. Like even when you look at Suits and all the shit, the bitch that married Prince, one of the princes in England, what's her name?
Yeah. Meghan Markle.
Yeah, that bitch, right? Again, another annoying bitch. It's like you can literally just like skip all her parts when you're watching Suits, and the plot does not change whatsoever.
I'll be
So
honest. In the very beginning, she was actually a pretty well fleshed out character because she was showing him the ropes and like helping him along. But then very quickly, she just devolved into like a really, when the character's role got minimized and was kind of crap, you could realize she's not a good actress.
Yeah. And you can even, like I said, you can even do a thing like pull up a random Suits episode, just skip her parts, and you get the full plot, all this kind of shit. And that's how I know it's like some shenanigans going on with the fucking managers. You know what I mean? Because it's literally one of those things where it's like she's been forced into the thing. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like that character in House. I think it was Olivia Wilde who played her.
That's it.
She was. You could tell that somebody hired her because they're like, yeah, she's pretty, but come on, man, they've got to be able to fucking act as well. Like you can't just be like, oh, she's a pretty face, but like she acts like garbage.
110%. I'm still waiting for you to come back. Like, how do you
okay. So anyway, so locus of control.
Dead air.
Shut up. So the locus of control means that like liberals tend to have an external locus of control, meaning they don't believe that anything that happens to them has anything to do with them at all. The world happens to them and they're just victims. Whereas conservatives tend to believe that the results are because of their own actions or inactions. That they're in control. No?
Yeah.
Anything happening? I don't know. You guys look confused.
They're thinking about it.
Yeah, no, I'm still waiting for it to tie back. But either way, like, even if we just take this point in of itself, like, to me, that's you're playing a dangerous game. All right, like this is my main message that I'm trying to ring home. And don't get me wrong, it's a hot take or whatever. But I'll continue to push it. I don't give a fuck, boys. You know what I'm saying? Like this whole thing of like trying to play the team game. It's like, oh, they say they're conservative, they're on our team. Do you know what I mean? It's like like this whole thing of like, oh, the liberals they're against our team. It's like the one thing that the government does not want you to do is to be able to independently think for yourself.
No, the one thing they don't want us to do is to be able to get along with each other. So then we look at what they're doing. If we
the
don't
divide and
attack each
conquer
other,
thing's been around for a few thousand years. But
and people are still stupid enough to go, like, and we're doing it too. Like we have to make friends with the liberals because we need them if
No,
we
we
want
don't.
to control
No, you
the
don't.
government. Why not?
Because liberals today aren't liberals. I used to
We
believe
need
in
the
this.
mentally ill.
No, look, people. Okay, there was a distinction among sensible conservatives. There was a distinction between a liberal and a leftist, and we all understood the distinction between a liberal and a leftist. But now we've gotten to the stage. I'd say over the past 3 years, maybe more. It's probably 5 years, because the lockdowns were a big part of it, where you still today have liberals. This is why I've got zero fucking love for Bill Mayer. Even when he spits fire at the left, I do not give a fuck. I've got no love for him. I've got no love for Piers Morgan.
None.
These people are like, oh yeah. You know what? Like, we're gonna call out the left and the right, but they say, but I'm a liberal, and their excuse is always, oh yeah, I'm a liberal, but I don't like that the party's gone too far to the left and they've kind of left me behind, but I'm still a liberal. I still identify as, shut the fuck up.
But do you
At
think
some
that's what,
point,
like, what's that Ben guy, Ben Shapiro? You think that whole thing is the same thing? I feel like they're like fake conservatives. They're like, we'll be conservative enough
I believe that he's a conservative, but I believe that he has got some bad takes.
No, I think he's
I don't think.
controlled.
No, I don't think anyone. I think that he's a Jew first and a conservative second.
No, it's not about that. I think
it is.
I think
It
it's all
is.
controlled media to be fake conservative that is just conservative enough to make people, like, you know, think that they're on their side, but then they don't take it as far as an actual conservative would.
No, I think that Ben has kind of proven, if you followed him before he was famous, he wrote a good couple of books before he was really actually famous, before he was internet
as soon as
famous.
he became famous, he got bought.
No. But like, his values and principles today are pretty much the same as they were back then when he wrote his first book. But I think, getting back to the question that you first asked, if you look at that distinction between a leftist and a liberal, back then I used to think, I'm okay with liberals. I've got no problem with liberals, and I think that we should kind of unite for the sake of society. But I do have a problem with the left, and I don't think the left are capable of being saved. And I think that they are a destructive force, and you can't be friends with them, because if you try to extend that olive branch, not only will they slap it away, but if they do decide to take it, it's a good chance that the reason they're taking it is to kind of basically infiltrate you. They'll want to burrow in and corrupt you from within.
Perversion.
But I think that and I used to be, like I said, okay with liberals and be like, okay, we can still try and build some kind of bridges with them. I think
before 2020.
Before 2020, I thought that. But I think that since then, these people stood by, they saw what their own party became, they saw how the political center shifted so radically to the left, and they were still okay calling themselves liberals. Then they saw what the people that they elected have done in Europe and in America, whether you're an American liberal or a British liberal or a French or a German liberal, wherever the fuck you are in Europe, you've been seeing nothing but countless examples of wokeness infiltrating your party, radical, stupid, absolutely moronic fucking progressivism, destroying schools, corrupting children, preying on the elderly who work their whole fucking life for some kind of safety net, only to have that fucking pulled out from under them. It is such a destructive ideology that if you still call yourself a liberal, I think that we've reached the stage, especially after the seizure of freedoms with lockdowns, where we have to accept the fact that you need to take responsibility for that shit now, if you're still calling yourself a liberal. At what point do you decide, I'm fucking leaving this party and I'm shifting across to the other side? But he's willing to accept, like Bill Mayer's willing to say, oh, my party left me. Why the fuck didn't you leave your party then? You're like some fucking cuck staying in a relationship where your wife is fucking other dudes, and you're still like, oh, she left me, but we're still in a relationship. Fuck you.
Okay.
Man speaking truth, Kat.
I left when raw milk became far right. So ridiculous. Raw milk. Or if you had to be a vegan to be a leftist, if you ate meat, you were like insane. Like all of the weird diet stuff happened first.
Well, that kind of makes sense because we all know that like Kat loves her food, so like that's clearly her top priority here. So Stephen, if you're ever like in doubt, if like shit gets like they start rationing out all the food and all the stuff, run for the hills because like Kat will eat you.
Yeah,
like that is for certain.
Long pig, tastes better than pork.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But then she'll have to have a lot of spam so she can wean
No.
herself
Okay.
off.
Oh my gosh. So, anyways,
Stephen, you haven't really talked. What are your thoughts on this whole kind of dilemma that we find ourselves in modern
you
day?
care. As a former whore, what are your thoughts?
Let nature take its course.
So you think women should be
it'll
hoes
correct.
and men should be hoes and everybody should just like
No.
screw up families?
No.
Then what do you think?
There's going to be hoes and there's going to be non-hoes.
No. But you used to be a hoe.
Well, but the hoes will
So
end up.
this is like Nala, but
not,
the male version.
Mexican drug dealing Nala.
Yes.
Well, only so much cocaine can go so far.
Okay.
You need families, but the hoes, they're just going to breed themselves out of society.
Breed themselves out? How?
Yes, if they don't have kids.
But they're having kids and they're making more
not
weak.
all of them.
A lot of them are.
And a lot of them on OnlyFans will not be able to find.
They're going to do it by
mates.
themselves because that's the other thing. We shouldn't let them have kids without a two-parent household.
Maybe that. You could do that.
Come on.
That would make sense.
Well, I agree. Like IVF should be illegal. Get rid of IVF.
And then we kind of need IVF because people are waiting to have kids.
Well, take it away and then they can't wait anymore. Then they better do it.
Yeah, that's a consequence of your action of waiting.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that's not correct. What I'm saying is that we would become like Japan. So basically our population would decline.
It is. It's already going to be gone.
Rate. Not like Japan.
It's
Japan's
pretty bad.
They are definitely.
They're gone.
Gone. And then Africa, India, China will.
Okay, well, I don't care about other countries. What can we do? Is what I'm saying.
Leave the country.
No, Jesus. See, he's just.
Over. Tear it all down. Burn it all down.
And what would you do in the new society to prevent it from happening?
Let me ask you something, Kat.
Bring in that.
Kat, how would you feel if we said, look, instead of giving benefits to people who are uneducated, who got themselves into debt doing some stupid fucking liberal arts program that wouldn't get them any kind of job, instead of giving a safety net to these fucking morons who should just be allowed to die.
What do you mean? What safety net did we give them?
Well, like in parts of Europe, you give them benefits. In America, America's got some kind of welfare system. If
Who gets
you're unemployed, unemployment
um
benefit.
Here they don't do
here
that.
they don't really do that.
Okay, cool. Unfortunately, in Europe, we still do.
If you're can you expand on what's going on in Europe with this?
How do you get these benefits?
How do you get these benefits?
How do
Well,
we get these
simply by being unemployed, you can.
Oh, we get
you
like
can
6 months to a year here.
Oh, okay.
Oh
go
yeah,
on.
no, no,
What
no,
else
no,
do we
no,
have to
no.
do?
Here it's indefinite.
Are you freaking kidding me? Do you get
Okay.
housing?
Say more.
You can go on to you can put your name on a register for a council house. So
Okay.
so here's the thing. So here's my
We
point,
can
right?
go over there for how is this house?
What's the
How big is
downside
it?
here? What's the downside?
How
Come
big
on.
is this house?
So hold up.
How big is the house?
Do I get
So
internet?
if you look at how it is, right? There's a queue, there's a system. They'll put you higher up on a list based on what status you are. So like if you're a key worker, key workers would be like if you're a nurse or if you're a firefighter or a policeman or if you're in the army or navy or whatever, like in the military. If you're a teacher, any of those things, like you're going to be higher and higher and higher on the list, right? But who's on the top of the list is if you're unemployed, right? So how about if you change the order and say, well, if you're a key worker, if you're somebody who contributes in the most valuable way to society, you're going to be at the top. And after all of the key workers, then you put the unemployed people at the bottom, right?
Isn't that just like capitalism?
Well, no, it's not capitalism. It's basically because what you're doing is you're incentivizing a reason to get people to do those jobs. Being a nurse is a thankless job. Now, nurses used to be incentivized to become nurses because if you fucked up in life, if you didn't study hard in school, if you didn't get qualified in anything, and then you decided, hey, I've been doing some minimum wage job. I can't build a life like this. I can't build a family like this. I need to go back into education, but you don't have any money. And even if somebody gives you a student loan, you think, I'm never going to be able to pay this back, or I'm not going to be able to live while I'm doing this. I need to do something else. In our country, if you went into nursing, the government would basically pay you. So I know a lot of nurses who came into nursing who basically decided to do it because they were told that they're going to get some kind of bursary or they're going to get a salary, like a student salary, so that they can study and earn money while they're studying. And if they get qualified, then they get, full employment in the hospital that funded them. Like they're now qualified and they can work and they're earning money. So
you don't have anything remotely similar. You have to take out lots of debt.
Yeah.
And they're totally fine with putting you on the streets after your unemployment is done. The only way you qualify for some sort of housing is if you are disabled, and you can prove it. It's really hard to prove. If you're on, I think like if you serve and then you become medically disabled, then they might give you something. Or if what's the other one? Oh, if you get AIDS.
why that specific thing?
Well, because they give you housing. It's just like a program that we still have from like the
So this is what happens. You're incentivizing people to be whores and get AIDS.
Yes, that's the thing. A lot of people who don't want to work or they grew up like in poverty, they would go and catch it so that they could get the benefits and the housing. I know it's crazy. Plus, if you get the AIDS, you don't just get the benefits and the housing. I would give my patients things like someone to come and clean your house for you. Someone, you'd get home cooked type meals delivered 3 times a day. Yes. And they're actually pretty good. Way better than anything we have in our school system, which is crazy, right? Massages, you get massages.
We give free shit to people. We give free shit to people who aren't even citizens. In fact, non-citizens will get more free shit than what citizens do. And this is why, even though England is like 40 times smaller than America, we take in 40 times more illegal immigrants than you guys do. Because we attract that shit here. We're like a shit magnet because we give so much free shit to people. And the system was a good system when it was conceived, but unfortunately, when it was conceived, it was a good idea. It had systems in place that kind of relatively well protected it so that it wouldn't be abused. But unfortunately, over time, people made amendments to it. They kind of changed it and shuffled it around, and now it's very, very, very open to abuse. But we used to have many, many years ago, about 30 odd years ago, we used to have, and I don't know if Teriak remembers this, but we used to have a system in place where there were tax incentives for people to get married and have children. If you built a family, if you lived in the same household, if you were married, you had a mother and a father living in a house and they bring a child into this world, you would get, there were very, very good tax incentives to live like that, to get married and to have a family.
We have the opposite.
Compared to being signal. But unfortunately, we got a left-wing government in power that undid that. They completely subverted it. Now they said you'll get tax incentives if you are separated. You'll get tax incentives if you're a single parent.
Yes.
Not
They've been
only are
doing
there
that
tax
for a while
incentives for
here.
that, yeah, but not only are there tax incentives, but there's also benefits.
Yes.
So they incentivized divorce. Many, 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 many families got divorced as soon as that came into effect, like
Yes.
immediately.
I
And
know
I
a lot
remember
of
it because
girls did that I knew from
yeah,
school. They
many of my friends in
flexitized,
school got
they got
divorced.
housing, they got health care, child care stipends, they got like a whole bunch of benefits. So they just had to make, like, I think it's like under 35 a year, 35,000 a year, and they
Yeah.
could get all the other benefits, which is like
And one of the most damaging things, one of the most damaging things that they did was there was punishment and reward incentives for if you are having if you don't have children or if you have children based on your earning potential. So basically what they did was if you're on benefits, you had incentives, massive financial incentives to have upwards of, I think it was 5 children, because if you're on government handouts and you're living in a council house, like a house given to you by the government, basically, obviously it's going to not be a very big house. It's going to be like a pretty small house. And I knew a kid who had, I think, 2 brothers and a sister, and they lived in a 2-bedroom house. And these kids had like 2 bunk beds in one room, right? But when the left-wing government came into power and that was all changed, there was financial incentives to have more and more and more kids. And there was nothing like, oh, hang on a second, you're on handouts, you're on government handouts, and you're unemployed. Neither one of you are working, and you've got kids. If you have another kid, you're going to lose your benefits. We're not going to give you more money for more children. You're unemployed. You need to get a job if you want to have kids. No. This government basically said, you have more kids, we're going to give you exponentially more money. And if you have over 5, we're going to move you into a bigger house. Now that house, those houses, there weren't council houses built for 5 kids and 2 parents. They didn't exist. So what they did was there were certain assets that they had, like the government would seize certain properties if people, fell into financial troubles. So you got given, there's an unemployed family with 12 children that live in central London in a place called Regent's Park, which is a very wealthy area. And they are living in what is technically a mansion. And the mother and the father aren't working. And they've got, I think it was 12 kids. And they are asylum seekers. And 6 of those children were born in the UK. These are incentives to have the worst possible pick of society breed like rats, and to have the working people who contribute to society not reproduce.
Well, here it's just like that, but there can be no male in the home, no father figure in the home. You can't even have a boyfriend in the home. No men in the home. Single mom only.
That's the whole kind of thing of like replacing the father with the government.
Yeah.
In Hungary, they have it where it's like if a woman gives birth to like 4 kids or more, she doesn't pay income tax for the rest of her life.
That should only be if you're married to the father of the children and living with them. We need to incentivize that. How about if we do Handmaid's Tale, but not by force, with incentives, and de-incentivize anyone who doesn't do that?
I think it should be, if you're on welfare, if you're unemployed, if you say that you can't have a job, or if you fake some kind of injury, like, oh, I need government handouts, I need benefits because, I can't walk properly. And like, you see them here. Like, if I've got a day off and I walk down the street, I see a bunch of people sitting in the pub. When I walk down the street, there's a big beer garden, a whole bunch of people, and they've got walking sticks. Every single one of them's got a fucking walking stick. But they've got no problem hopping up off the bench, running into the pub, getting a few rounds of drinks and bringing it out to the guys. And they don't need their walking stick for that. It's amazing. It's like beer has got magical Jesus healing properties. It's like they do it every fucking day on the day off. You see them. But they sit there with their walking stick like, oh yeah, because they need to keep up that charade. I think that, and every single one of them has got kids. It should be, okay, fine. You've fallen on hard times. You're unemployed. Maybe you're injured, whatever. You can't get a job. The moment you make a kid, you lose everything. You get no fucking benefits. I'm sorry.
Well, then should the government
Denied.
take the kid?
No, I don't give a shit. It's not your government doesn't have a problem with it. Why should ours? It should be
Yeah, for
if you
kids,
have a kid,
for kids, you get, if you have a woman with a kid,
Nah.
the woman and the kid get something.
give it to a family who want a kid,
Okay, so we're taking the
who
kid.
can
Okay,
support
got
it.
it. Okay,
Yeah.
taking the kid.
The issue though is that it's like they basically kind of polarized to a point where it's like, oh, look at the single mothers. We need to look out for the most vulnerable in society and all that kind of shit. So if you're to try and change that, they're basically going to come at you with all fucking guns blazing, saying he hates women, he hates single mothers, all this
I
kind of
don't
shit.
care anymore. I don't care. If you want to paint me out to be a monster, I really don't give a shit. This is the thing. We've seen these systems abused so much that it's actually made us heartless. It's actually made most of us not give a shit anymore. Frankly, when you said, what about the kid? I don't give a shit about the kid at this problem. At this point.
Well, I mean, I guess we have to sacrifice some to get
I
people
don't
to
care.
stop doing it.
When I see a man and a woman who dropped out of school and they just started making babies just so that they can get a big house.
We want people to have kids when they're young and broke. That's when you're supposed to. See, you can't have it both ways.
No, we don't. You need to have some fucking prospects. You need to have
like 40-year-olds having kids because people
No.
can't afford to get a house.
I'm talking about people who dropped out of school and who aren't working and who've got no desire to work, but they're breeding like rabbits. It's like, why? And you're just taking government handouts. Like, oh, you're getting money, you're getting free money. And they want to have it. It's that race to the 5th baby so that they can get a big fucking house. No. These people shouldn't be reproducing. Why are you still giving them money? They claim that they're not fit enough to work, but they're fit enough to fuck like rabbits. Like, I'm sorry.
So
if you can make that many babies, you can work. I think it was
you want to do that?
like like you get a place that's got like fucking, I think 5 or 6 rooms, and it's I think it's after the 5th kid. I can't remember now. I'll have to check up on it because it's changed a few times. But like, I don't care. Just cut off the money. This should come with caveats like, look, we're going to give you a safety net, but we don't want you abusing the system. If you abuse the system, if you have another kid before you get a fucking job, then I'm sorry, you're going to lose your benefits. Oh, but how are we going to pay for the kids? I don't fucking care at this point. Feed your youngest to the oldest, for all I care. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit anymore. Like, I'm sorry, but like my patience and my compassion is gone.
Okay, what about if a woman gets pregnant, the man gets custody, and he gets the benefits? How quickly are women going to stop doing it?
It's too tired for me to try and work out. You're crazy at this point.
This is working. I think we figured it out. Give men custody and the benefits. Women will not touch them.
I
And
would
women
just
get
say
no rights for having the kid out
stop
of wedlock.
financially incentivizing things that are completely destructive to society.
Okay, they get no money, but they get custody.
No, I
And
think
she
that
gets no
if you
rights.
stop, look, all of this bad behavior that we're seeing, all of it has been incentivized. It has been
Yeah.
incentivized. The
Okay,
moment
how about the
look at
bastard
California.
clause?
Well, look at was it California where they basically said, "Oh, we're not going to make it a felony anymore. You can steal up to like $1,000 or something." Crime shot up. I wonder why. I
I think
wonder
they
why.
finally got
Like,
rid of it. We're good.
huh?
Yeah. They got rid of that finally.
Yeah. But before they did,
It was a free
it's
for all.
not like the crime number stayed the same. It wasn't like people stealing shit stayed the same. It skyrocketed.
Mm-hmm.
And then like you've got Newsom sitting there wondering why I don't see a connection. It's like, really? How fucking dense are you? Like we can't we need to people need to stop thinking, especially our friends on the left. They need to stop thinking that there is any kind of logic to these kind of policies that are trying to help society. They need to understand that this is a deliberate destruction of society, and it's engineered, and there's a purpose to it. Like you, if you're on the left, you need to recognize that your party, and I'm not just talking about America. I'm talking about parties on the left across the Western world, all operate on the principle of fear. We're gonna control you through fear. We're gonna make you afraid of this. We're gonna make you afraid of that. We're gonna make you afraid that people are gonna snatch you away from your children and deport you. We're gonna make you afraid that if you get within 2 meters of somebody, you're gonna get a virus that's gonna kill you dead. We need to make you afraid of people who are born in that country and who are a particular color hate you. All of this shit is like control through fear. And secondary to that is control through shame. If you are successful in any way, we're going to shame you for it. Why? Because they want people to not be successful. If you're successful, you're independent. You can support yourself. You can think for yourself. They don't want that, which is why if you're good looking and statistically you are more likely to succeed in life, we're going to shame you by coining the phrase pretty privilege. Or we're going to shame you for being a slut. Do you remember when slut shaming was a big thing?
No.
Slut shaming isn't a thing now, but slut shaming was a big thing. But the funny thing is that the women who were getting slut shamed weren't sluts originally. They
Oh yeah,
weren't.
because women would say that to like against their rivals or girls they were jealous of.
They were just good looking women, but they were getting slut shamed. So when you're wondering why liberal women are so fucking unattractive, it's because they were afraid of looking good, because slut shaming was a thing that liberal women did to women who are more successful and prettier than them. So they uglified themselves deliberately. So but you need to stop like the people there. If you've got any liberal friends, just look at them. Look how terrified they are of being
As
shamed.
you can see on the screen.
Yep.
Yeah, this is my goals for 2025. And as you can see, we have the haters and me looking good.
Cool.
What? You know,
No, I'm just saying
this
cool.
is perfect. This is and it fits right into what you're saying. You can consider everybody in the background liberal. Look at this shit. Wait, how do I? Oh man, it doesn't make this go bigger. Yes, queen. Nope. This is me in my reunion. This is my like, I'm gonna be rich and attractive, and I'm gonna do that by getting fit. And this is Steven, who's also gonna be fit. And there's all my money. Damon, come on. 2025.
Yeah. Why did you make yourself brown there?
I am fucking brown. What color do you think I am?
That's mahogany. That you're not that color.
If I get a tan, we're getting tans this year. Look at that.
Oh, you gave yourself a slim waist and tits.
I have the boobs. I just need to get the waist. We're good.
Actually, she looks like that.
Yeah, don't be a hater, Damon.
You have to say that, Steve.
No, I'm serious. That's what she looks like.
You all are haters, brah. Anyways, check out my stacks of cash and cats. And my ocean view.
Yeah, that house would fucking stink.
Okay.
It
And
was,
this
you
is-
got that many. Why have you aged Steve by like 30 years?
This is like this is Steven when he's
That
70.
No, that looks like Steve and Jordan Peterson had a baby who came out looking like he was 80.
This is like 75-year-old Steven. Look at that. Yes.
You
and
even
that's me
gave
at
him the
75.
great. You even gave him gray chest hair.
I know. But look, we're still looking good in our 70s and 80s. Look at that.
Jordan Peterson.
It does. Look, go up. That looks like Jordan Peterson. I'm sorry. That looks like a cross between Steve and Jordan Peterson.
Put your face. Look at that. Isn't it as like that's your future, honey? You're gonna look like that.
Where's the Mexican beard? Mustache, sorry.
We don't have Mexicans. This is me in my 80s. As you can see, I'm getting a facelift, but we do have a turkey neck and some old hands.
Let me see the turkey neck. Where is it?
There you go.
All right.
But I still have my cats and my stacks of money and my ocean view, which is all that matters. Yes. What is that? Oh, and I have more. Do you guys want me to do one for you?
No, I'm good, thanks. I've managed to survive.
You guys have to let me do one for you guys. Like, what does Teriak want? Like, what's his dream? Because you have to use visualizations. And they did a study that says if you make AI of yourself in your dream future, you're like 80% more likely to actually achieve that crazy whatever dream you have. So
I have an idea. So it's the money of Ellen DeGeneres, but the values of
what? What are you saying?
Teriak.
Yeah. So what is he going to visualize? Ellen DeGeneres,
her
money, her wealth, and her power.
Okay, shush. This is Steven when he's old. This is like he's 85 and he's still rocking them abs. Huh?
I don't know what I'm visualizing. I need to think about it.
Okay, what else? What is, oh yeah, and for my reunion, like my 40-year class reunion, this is what he's gonna wear. We've already decided.
What's going on?
What he's gonna wear. Oh my god. No. Actually, I want him to show up like this. So he's got like what, 3 months to look like that.
Yeah, that's a cross
What
between
are
like
you
Pierce Brosnan and Jordan
visualizing for
Peterson.
your future? What are you visualizing for your future, Teriak? Where do you see yourself? What's your plan?
But like, here's the thing, right? It's like your boy's been investing, made some good investments in terms of the crypto market. We've got to wait and see how that plays out in terms of the current bull run. But hopefully, I'll be able to kind of put myself in a good enough position that I can then pursue this full time double down on it kind of thing. But like in terms of like, if I got all the money, what would be the main goals? It probably just trying to enact change, like take it on the like play the political game, but less so in terms of like actually being a candidate, all that shit, like being like one of the guys behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Making sure certain shit's
Ooh,
getting done.
I like that. That's what I do too. Yeah, behind the scenes, puppet master, string puller.
Yeah.
I see myself. I'd marry into the Trump family. I think I'll just marry Ivanka Trump. I just like. I don't care about the husband. I'll just pull my dick out and slap Jared Kushner in the face and say, "Get the fuck out. I'm with Ivanka now." I'd just be chilling with Donald Trump, just being like, "Yeah, what the fuck are you doing, Kat?"
What? This is my future. We are going to Mars. I'm still looking good, of course. Toit going to Mars.
She killed all the other passengers.
You do realize like how much radiation's in space, right?
Whatever. Okay, fine. Then we'll stay on Earth, and this is going to be Steven. And that's Steven in his 80s.
That's what I was saying. Like Steven needs to bring the stubble look back. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. Show him. Teriak wasn't here for that. Show him the picture where I said you look like somebody, and just see if
I heard
Teriak
that.
sees it. Oh shit!
But I think it's like a mix between Pierce Brosnan. Like think about Pierce Brosnan.
Oh yeah.
Like
my
in
picture
the
of
older
Steven.
age for
Mine. Yes, your picture was a mixture of Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, Pierce Brosnan. We all know him, the first woman who went to Mars.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's kind of like Pierce Brosnan to esque, and then like Jordan Peterson, I could definitely see as well.
It's just old people. You just named old people.
Old white people. That's right.
Oh gosh.
We all look alike at some point.
They also wear suits. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, hold on.
Teriak,
Are you saying that old black people don't wear suits?
No, I'm saying that there's a couple of things in this
snap.
intangible here. Because like for example, like Jordan Peterson never like wears his collar open like that. Like Pierce Brosnan, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying like the general kind of like subtleties. You know what I mean?
Ah, yes. Hold on. I got a good one.
Just want to. The new Next has commented saying, "I've seen some moustaches in my life, but that's a moustache." She lasers. Be nice, okay? She tries her best. She gets it lasered as often as she can.
This is the thing though. Like I'm glad Kat's doing this because it goes to show like the internal battle that or struggle that we have trying to enact change. Because it's like Kat is clearly like an ex-liberal trying to making her way downtown in terms of the conservative space. But like you can see that like even though like Kat's like trying to fly the conservative flag, it's basically she just gets distracted with AI. You know what I mean? And it's just your point of view.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
and vision boards. You should have been here earlier, Teriak. She was like, you need to visualize things for it to come true. I was like, Kat,
manifest. Yeah.
You listen to Kat sometimes, and then you'd think that she would say that shit is fucking witchcraft. Like people who print shit out and put it on a wall and they think it's going to come true. Those are demon worshippers. But then she believes in it.
Look, I follow this guy and he's like into science and shit and the Bible, and he says like that's how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to be who that type of person is, and then God will give it to you.
I love how she's doing like AI art of what she would look like if she was an OnlyFans girl. Like, I mean, this is what you should have seen the early ones with her like on a bed with money everywhere.
Yeah, no, I seen that in a last stream. It was like the one of the pictures, like she has really, really like small hands.
Oh my God, no!
Show the small hands pic.
Where's this?
No, it's just that her head's very big.
That could be as well, yeah.
I don't see the small hands one. I don't see any of them.
Steve is
Seems like
like,
you were on a
stop
bed."
talking badly about that. I love that she's got small hands.
Makes me feel
How big
huge.
do you want my hands to be?
No, there should be one where you're on a bed or you're sitting on a bed or some shit like that.
I don't know. I don't think I saved that. Oh, wait. Look at these. All
Yeah,
right.
she didn't
here
save
we
it because
go.
she knows the hands were small.
The hands are not small. I didn't even get that. Let's see.
What about the car?
Cat leaned forward.
Which
Cat leaned
one? Okay,
forward.
here we go. What?
You said, "Look at these," and you leaned forward, but like the camera's too high up, we can't see.
Shut up. This is me in my sports car.
Wow, AI didn't completely fuck your fingers up there.
I know. I mean, it's amazing. Sometimes, like, your hands and your arms are like weird. Let's see here. Oh, this is my favorite one. This is me. Me with a cat.
It's got a
That's
white
me and-
bushy pussy.
Me and my-
Yes, indeed.
Oh gosh, and look at the car. Look at the car. It's so messed up. So Teriak, I'm gonna give you your dream vision board thing. So you just gotta tell me like what you want, and I will make it for you.
A pile of nuts.
He's going to be a championship-winning U.S. women's football star.
Look at this arm.
Yeah, but like,
what is
just,
going
like
on?
look, the distortions are like so like her head is massive. You know what I mean? And then like her arms are like, you know, dwarf arms. It's like a T-Rex.
It's perfect. You guys are just haters.
Like that guy from Apple.
Anyways, so we're gonna visualize and we're gonna achieve our goals this year. So it's gonna be just like nothing but like money. Yes. Money, a view of the ocean, and cats. This is the tree.
That's during my break with OnlyFans.
But here's the thing though, if you want nothing, you know what I'm saying? I think that's the best way to be. Because like if you want nothing, you can't be corrupted. I mean, they can't like fucking like try to manipulate you. If all you do is focus on your needs, then all of a sudden life becomes very, very fucking simple and like straightforward kind of thing.
What are you talking about?
He's saying that if you want to control somebody, you need to find out what it is that they value.
Exactly.
What it is that they desire. When you know what somebody values, then you know how to control them.
Okay.
So if there's nothing that you visualize, if you want for nothing, basically, then you can't be controlled. You can't be baited.
No, I want shit. We're the cats.
Oh my God,
that's what I'm
are
saying,
you
like-
a conservative?
No, we need to like this one has 2 cats. So
We need to retitle the
Yes.
stream like Cat gets exposed.
Yeah.
anyway,
Cat's
so I
channel
told
should just be like, Cat wants shit.
look, we're gonna post this. I've been sending him like that guy's videos so that I can get him in a good mindset that he can, you know, achieve.
Achieve a mustache.
Yes. Yes, was money penny.
Actually, all I want is like a bunch of diamonds as in the pictures.
Huh?
Yeah.
Blood diamonds?
They can be fake. I really don't care. As long as haters think they're real. You know what I mean?
Okay, blood diamonds it is.
Blood diamonds. We want little children to have suffered
Right.
to get those diamonds.
Or died, whichever.
All right. So, yeah. We're going to do it this year, 2025. I'm going to make everybody cry. All the haters.
Getting better already.
What are you talking about?
Gonna make everybody cry.
What? It's fine. Look. Anyways, that's all I got. Unless you guys want to talk about something that's really beefing you.
What about that video you just made?
I already showed them
Oh,
that.
you did?
They hated it.
Hmm.
They
Haters
pretended to
gonna
hate it, but you know they loved it. It was the best song ever made.
It was great. It was so good that we don't need to listen to it again.
Oh, wait.
So you want to
I
hear
think-
it?
No.
Oh my gosh, I
Once
just
was
heard, you
enough.
guys are so supportive of my music career. That's just so sweet. Look, see, more support. You guys are great. You know it's the best freaking country song you've heard at least in the last 2 decades.
It was the best country song that I have heard a woman make using AI. Yeah.
Look, we have requests. We have requests. We have to give the people what they want, Damon.
No, I agree. I think people want to just remember having heard it and not sully that memory by maybe listening to it a second time and it not being as good. So I think just like one and done is great.
So
You always want to leave the crowd wanting more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Huh. Really? Because it's a really great music video. Hold on. What if I just do like the chorus?
Or get this right, or you don't. And we just talk about
Put
other
a
stuff.
1 in the chat if you want to hear Angry Liberal Ladies, the music video, The Country Spectacular. Put a 2 in the chat if you're a hater.
Please give us some
I'm really
twos.
hoping that
For the
it's
love
just
of
the wall of
Christ.
twos.
For the love of Christ,
Seriously,
give us twos.
Another account.
Okay, come on, guys. 1, and I play the song.
There's no you asked already. There was none. There was none, Cat.
2,
But it was
and you're a
good.
hater.
It was good though. It was good while it lasted.
Really is ridiculous. You guys are haters. What? See, I have 1. Put a 1 because it needs to be a 1.
No,
One.
it doesn't. It really
Yes, it
doesn't.
does.
Prove
It
to
does.
us that you're a man by not putting a 1.
Prove that you're not a hater by putting a 1. That you understand good country music when you hear it. And you're just like, that's kind of fire. Makes me want to get a banjo, a dog, and a Swiss Army knife.
I thought you were gonna say it makes you want to get a banjo and grape somebody.
Oh my God. What?
Squeal like a
American
pig.
men gonna do Swiss Army.
Down, 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 down. Down, down, down.
So Damon, how was your day?
It was good, Tarek. How was yours?
I was pretty good, kind of like woke up a bit late, was able to get a nice sleep in, was able to do like a few things around the house, you know what I'm saying? Good to stay active, you know what I'm saying? Because like if you don't stay active, then how are you otherwise able to like function like, you know what I'm saying?
What did you do? Did you go to the gym?
No, I have my own kind of personal thing there. I do my exercise, I like doing about 25 squats, 3 reps of those. Then I do about 20 push-ups, like the triangle ones, you know what I'm saying, the diamond push-ups.
Nice.
Good for the chest, the triceps, and then I have a rubber band as well that I can do like the bicep curls as well. Because that's the key thing as well. Because like Dave Asprey like does the whole kind of like aspect where it's like less is more kind of approach. But he only works out I think like 20 minutes a week kind of thing, which is a very, very kind of like good thing to do, I think. Where basically you're basically getting the most bang for your buck kind of thing. Because rather than actually having to like exercise like fucking every single day and all this shit, because like bear in mind exercise actually does like lower your testosterone temporarily as well. So that's going to
if you overtrain, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you want to make sure you're not overtraining. And then in terms of like the diet aspect as well, that's why carnivore is so good. Because people mistakenly think that it's like, oh, if you eat fat, you'll get fat. But that's actually not the case. Like fat is actually a good thing to eat. So long as it's healthy fat, it's not like none of this like seed oil bullshit that they're trying to push. So essentially,
and if you stay away from the carbs as well.
Yeah, the carbs as well is the thing, because the carbs will often get turned into sugar, which is not a good thing, because then basically sugar can kind of lower the immune system. There's also stuff where it causes inflammation, which is like cancers and different things like that as well. So fundamentally speaking, you want to make sure that you're reducing your carbs down to like keto is like a good starting place, but then pushing it back down into even like the like carnivore, and then if you like, so you tried the line diet as well. Like what were your thoughts on the line diet?
I thought it was really good. I got sick of eating after about 3 or 4 weeks. So I was literally only eating when I was hungry or when I needed the energy.
Yeah, but like that's a good kind of habit to get into. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Like,
no, it was great. It was great, and it gets rid of craving. You have no craving after like 2 or 3 weeks. There's no craving at all.
and like that's the beauty I think to it, because like there's a video I think that was going around on X, where it's like some fat bitch, like she's trying to do she's basically come back from carbs thing. I don't know if she was doing keto or if she went like full carnivore, but like she's literally like in an emotional state on like day 3. She's like, I'm just craving all the sugar, I'm craving all this carbohydrates. But it's like she was even saying in the video that she realizes that it's actually like an addiction that people have. Like that's when you kind of tie it into the whole thing. It's like that's like sugar is like basically a drug. You know what I mean? You want to make even like because like people go after, oh, like I'm not eating sugar, but then like they're still eating carbs and like bread and all that kind of shit. But like that's basically like starch is basically sugar. You know what I mean? So it's kind of one of those things that's like, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, since I did the lion diet and I modified it now, so I'm on like modified carnivore. Nice. I probably have about like 10 to 12 grams of carbs a day. That's probably it max. And it's been like that since I did carnivore. When I came off of the lion diet and I did the modified carnivore, so like maximum I have like about 12 grams of carbs a day.
Yeah, man, like, because it's like I said, like the whole kind of cravings, all this kind of shit, and it's like, especially when you kind of budget it out as well. Like people say, oh, carnivore is so expensive, I can't afford steak every day. It's like you don't necessarily have to do steak, like, you know, ground beef or minced beef. Like that's a very cheap way to incorporate like good protein and fats into your diet. Bacon is always cheap, eggs and all that kind of shit as well. Also, I want to point out. Yeah, but I just want to point out real quick as well, like the modern life dating guy, like he's supposed to be like red pill, but he's like the biggest simp I've ever seen in my entire life. You ever think about that? Like a lot of these red pill guys, like they'll say
why
one thing
you
on
have to talk
camera,
about my
but then
friends, bro?
they're very simpish. You know what I'm saying? It's so weird. You know what I mean? Because like think about it, Fresh is another good example, because he's talking about all like the red pill and it's like all these hoes and all this shit, but then he's like the one who's spending all the money on literally these prostitutes. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Oh yeah.
You think about it.
Yeah.
Y'all haters. I mean, Fresh is kind of he's got to pay.
But that's what I'm saying. Like the guys who will like talk the most smack, like they're full of shit. It's like, and you can kind of compare this to like the guy in the pub who's like all mouth, like to everyone else. He's like knocked out one punch, like he's done kind of thing. Whereas it's the guy who's like sitting in the corner, people are trying to provoke, and he's like saying shit, not saying shit. It's like he knows shit. He can fuck people up. But like it's kind of like that whole kind of vibe where it's like, even if you notice like UFC fighters, like they're like always like calm in a situation. They're never actually like quick to anger and all that kind of shit, because they know that like they can fuck people up. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude, I was in the pub a couple of weeks back after work, and there was a 72-year-old guy. 72. I asked him. I was like, holy shit, 72-year-old guy, not particularly big. He was probably just shy of 6 foot. And he knocked the fuck out of some guy who was like 20 something, drunk piece of shit who was like getting very aggressive and started to threaten people. And literally, my friend and I were sitting outside and we could hear some shouting. And I just stepped in, not because I wanted to like intervene or anything. It was loud anyway. I didn't know it was aggressive, violent shouting. But we heard him, and I thought it was just like some commentary from some football dude because the game was on. And I just went in to go and get around, and I see this old fella just walk up ahead of him and just like told him to shut up and said, "Go sit down, go sit down." And the kid just put hands on him and straight away uppercutted and knocked the kid the fuck out. It was amazing to see. Yeah. So obviously I was like, I'm getting you a drink too. So, but it was worth it. And the guy came out, sat down, had drinks with us, and you know, who's a little bit worried here. He was like, no, he wasn't trying to be violent. It was just like the guy just put fucking hands on me. I'm 72 years old. So like, it's like, no, I was like, you're fucking 72. I'm getting you a second drink. So fucking, yeah.
Like that's one thing that like I think in the likes like Japan or kind of like China kind of thing, it's like they at least still have that kind of ingrained where it's like that level of respect for like the elder kind of thing, and not to be
Yeah.
like just because they're old you respect them kind of thing, but there is that whole kind of thing of like wisdom comes with age. It's not something that you can just
Yes.
inherently teach.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it is that thing of like, you got to have compassion to recognize these people have been through what you've been through. Like they were once upon a time where you are now. Like these people lived through their life. Like, you know, they're elderly now. Like you got to show some respect to like to that, because you're going to be in that situation soon, and you don't want like younger people to be fucking disrespectful and shitty towards you or threaten you or something like that.
100%. No, Kat's just retarded. Like that's that's her vibe. But to be fair to her, like I said, like most women are retarded, so it's not really a knock. It's just an observation. You know what I'm saying?
This is a woman who last week wanted to argue that women are less delusional than men.
Yep.
That's not what I was going to argue. Thank you.
Sorry, what?
That's not what I was going to argue for. Thank you.
Wait, you were going to argue that women... No, you argued with me trying to say that men are more delusional than women.
Well, because there's nobody to defend them, so I have to play a devil's advocate. You gotta, because then it's boring. If we just go, yep.
Like that's like the ingrained feminism that's still in Kat. Like you kind of seen it kind of show tonight as well, where she's like, "Oh, like let's not hold women accountable. Let's just like put in all these authoritarian laws." You know what I mean? It's like this kind of like instinct where it's like, no, like I need to protect women, or I need to, you know, I like dare not we hold these bitches accountable. You know what I mean? It's like I said, we need to kind of like, you know, dig away at this shit. Like it's like a tumor. You know what I'm saying? You gotta like, you know, do the surgery. You gotta slice it open, get in there nice and deep, and just rip that tumor out. You know what I'm saying? Because like fundamentally speaking, feminism is a cancer. You know what I mean? And like we all like want to like say, oh no, like I'm not a feminist and all this kind of shit. Like that's all the wackies and all the shit. But once you start putting like a lot of these positions forward, it's like you start to realize, oh shit, you know, it's like a lot of these like conservative women are just like closeted feminists essentially. You know what I mean?
We're
Well,
all
let's not also
closeted.
forget. Let's not forget though that feminism is one of the most perfect examples of why women are more delusional than men. Because you have these feminist women buying into something that is completely destructive to feminism, to actual femininity and what it is to be a woman. There's nothing more dangerous to that than the actual feminist movement itself. Because all as you're doing by being a feminist, especially a modern feminist, is making yourself completely repellent to men, which will thereby destroy any hope that you have of succeeding in becoming a successful woman.
Because again, like,
and why is it that? Sorry, so I was just going to say, why is it that so many feminists today look completely unfeminine and act in a completely unfeminine way?
They've twisted it where it's like they've taken like all the success metrics that you measure a guy on, like that they basically kind of like just stole that from men. It's like, oh, we're just gonna apply the same standard to women. It's unnatural, and that's why you see like a lot of them like they try to become a man, they dress like a man, they do all this kind of shit because then they'll be respected. But it's like, nah, you were just ugly. That's why you weren't respected. You know what I mean?
And this is why they're so aggressive. This is like going back to the reason of like, you know, why are liberal women so unattractive? There's many reasons. We spoke about one of the like statistically proven reasons earlier, but there's another reason. If you look at like psychology, like one of the most fundamental reasons why they're so unlikable, why they're so aggressive, why they're so unattractive, and why they even make themselves unattractive is cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is going to make you anxious. It's going to make you mentally unstable. It's going to make you quick to aggression. And anyone who embraces modern liberalism, anyone who embraces the kind of woke politics that we see, the reclassification of language, the double speak and the double think, you're not going to be able to be mentally stable because you can't have two completely opposing realities in your head. You can't have your own truth on one thing and then day-to-day life looking at a completely kind of discongruent reality around you. And that is what is going to make you aggressive. That's what's going to make you angry. And anybody who lives an unnatural life like that is going to be incredibly aggressive because you're constantly in a state of mania. And like, for example, do you remember when feminists and liberal women were going around being like, during the Me Too thing, like how toxic masculinity is such a big, dangerous thing for women. Women need to be afraid of men. And they were going around telling young women in campuses that there's grape culture on campus. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get women to be terrified of men, like, and young boys, like, oh God, like they're so violent. They're so talking about how women are victims of domestic violence and stuff like that in relationships. When statistically, women are far more likely to be physically violent in a relationship than men. And that isn't a new thing. Yeah.
Okay, so there was declassified documents about Martin Luther King Jr. here in the US.
Wait,
and
great
basically,
segue, Kat. Just completely talk about something totally different.
yeah, because I only got like 5-10 minutes. So so numerous documents detail how the FBI conducted extensive surveillance on him, including wiretapping his phones, bugging his hotel rooms, blah 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 blah, to discredit him, blah blah blah. And then his personal life, he was a whore. He participated in activities that the FBI believed could be used to tarnish his image. So he was probably like a Diddy guy, but like less, like a lower level Diddy. Blah blah blah. And then he was a communist. And what else came out?
Like all this stuff was already well known, Kat.
Yeah, but it wasn't like for sure. It was just like rumors and stuff. So a lot of people are on the TikToks very upset because they feel like they were lied to about him, who he was, his character, his whole freaking thing was a lie.
Yeah, so anyway, back to the feminism thing. The cognitive dissonance that you can see as well, like just to kind of give an example that you might see around the panelverse is Furby, the trans dude. Like he'll in the same stream he even said this, where it's like he thinks that women shouldn't get married until they're 25 because of the prefrontal lobe cortex, but he also thinks that like minors should be able to take puberty blockers. It's like such cognitive dissonance there, where you're saying, okay, like a child should have has enough cognitive ability to understand the implications of all this like gender queer shit, but then a woman, dare not we, she should have to wait she's 25. But this kind of like showed its face in the man versus bear in the forest thing. Like all the vast majority of women would all say, yeah, no, I'll pick the bear. And it's like just even having that social experiment just like proves the whole thing that Damon was saying, is this feminism where it's like you demonize men, but then you realize it's like, no, hang a second, this was just a way to divide us and just to fucking like get these women doing exactly what we want them to do, which is, you know what I mean, like rather than actually becoming a mother, having kids and contributing to society, we want to use them as a tool to destroy society.
Well, it's the divide. It's the divide which is what leads to the aggression in the first place. Like that divide is enough to make women crazy. Women are gonna lose their shit a lot quicker than men are. Men do know how to control their shit when it comes to aggression, but the moment you try to put a divide between men and women and have women feel some kind of repulsion towards men, whether it be through fear or something else, you notice that. And we know that you can create more gay people, you can create more non-binary people, you can create more trans people or bi people. You can create that through social engineering. We've realized that because there's no way that it was a natural evolution in the space of only about 3 or 4 generations that the amount of kids in schools, in colleges, identifying as part of the LGBTQ went from something like 0.4% to fucking 28% in no time at all. That is social engineering. You've whether or not it's a natural phenomena or whether it we don't know whether or not kids turned out to be gay or bi or trans or whatever. We don't know whether they turned that out because of nature or nurture. But what we do know is that you can at least trick people into thinking that they're gay. If you put that shit into their heads when they're in school, you can trick them into it, at least temporarily. And we've got evidence of that right now just by looking at colleges and schools. But when you recognize that that is not I'm sorry to say if it offends somebody, that is not a normal way to be, right? How do we know that it's not a normal way to be? Because all of the standard warning signs are there from when you have somebody who is not in a mentally stable state. And going back to the earlier point that I made with regards to physical violence in relationships, women are quicker to physical violence and they do it more frequently than men do. The only reason why people were sold the lie that men are more violent than women is because statistically, even though men commit physical violence to women on less frequent occasions, when they do, women suffer more injury than what men do. So the reporting that comes out from hospital visits and shit like that is in the favor of the women. It makes them look like, oh, you suffered more. You were injured more. But women use physical violence against men far more frequently. And that's just that's an old statistic. I think the big study that was done in that was the Archer study in 2000. So even 25 years ago, that was the case. But when they did a study into breaking down the specific relationships, no surprises, lesbian women experienced the most, I think. Or actually, no, they did. What it was I think it was lesbian women, I think, was 44% violence in lesbian women experienced it. 44% of lesbian women experienced violence in their relationship. Bisexual women was 61%. And when that statistic was released, I remember a bunch of feminists were saying, aha, see? Because when you have 2 women together, you have 44% of them reporting that they were violently assaulted by their partner. But the bi women who experienced a higher statistic of violence were also exposed to men. So they're trying to say that, oh, it's the men that contributed to the more violence. That's why bisexual women experienced 61%, but lesbians only 44%. But then that myth fell apart when they said that straight women only experienced 35%. So it's the actual bisexual relationship which breeds that distrust, because what it is they found out that those bisexual women were experiencing more of the violence from women who had penis envy. They were like, aha, they were insecure because they're like, I can't satisfy you because you're not a real lesbian, you're bi. So you take dick sometimes, and I'm not going to be able to give that to you. What did I say that's wrong there, Kat?
It's just a little off topic, that's all.
We're talking about liberal women.
This is what we're talking about.
Like, we're the only two who have actually been trying to stick to the topic. You brought up fucking MLK.
Because we've had finished the topic. You guys keep bringing it back. You're beating it to death.
Just like a lesbian beaten to death a bi woman over the penis envy.
So
totalitarian regime where women do not have any rights. They just get to choose between they want to be a prostitute or a mom. That's it. I mean, we fixed it. It's done.
So
or a nanny.
You can fix it by influencing the culture in a positive way, right? So by
Doing what?
using the fact that women are more delusional than men to your own advantage, right? You use the fact that women are more delusional than men. Well, what that technically means is it's very easy to trick them into behaving a certain way or believing a certain thing. But right now, what's being done is that is being abused by society that's convincing them to act like whores and behave like whores. Instead, what you do is you want to influence them to be positive. Women are twice as easily influenced as men are. They've realized that from things like looking at statistics to see how effective advertising is. And women were more easily swayed and more easily influenced than men by about 200%. So, and this is also why liberal women are ugly, because it's easy to manipulate them and influence them into doing that shit to themselves. Whether or not you use shame or positive rewards to convince them to stick a
As long
fucking
as
pig ring
they
through their
get
nose and all
money,
kinds
they're
of stuff.
gonna do the hoe shit. As long as hoe
No,
shit
no, you
pays,
don't even need to waste money on them. You don't even need to waste money on them. You just
they're
need to
getting
convince them
money
that
and
that's
being
good.
hoes. How?
But it's because you're not, okay, because unfortunately women are less logical.
They
They are
like
more
money.
easily led and tricked. It's not necessarily money that gets them to do that. We've spoken about this before, right? Look, okay, women are
They
so
can get money
delusional.
without social stigma from society. They're gonna do whatever it takes. This has
But what I'm
happened
saying is
multiple
that
times.
women aren't incentivized as much by money as other
Yes, they
things.
are.
No, they're really not. They're really not. You think they are, and they think they are, but that's not really the truth. How many women have you seen out there that are like, I'm going to hold out for this guy. He needs to have this money. He needs to have this much money. He needs to have these prospects, but they end up with a broke ass fucking idiot.
Well, that's the dumb women.
No, that's all women. Because all women are dumb.
Well, they do
And I
like
don't mean that
cute.
in a bad way. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that
Dudes
they
end
are.
up giving money to dumb.
Okay, Kat,
skanks.
name one smart woman.
Hold on.
She's going to say
So you're saying
Bezos'
them?
wife.
Yeah, that's a
So,
good one.
yeah, exactly. And let's not go there.
That old whore that's with him now, like, yeah, she's a genius. She doesn't
No,
even
but
look great.
But Kat, women confuse themselves, right? And I don't mean that in a way that women are so dumb. I mean that like they are so deluded that they will delude themselves, right? Look at men. Tariq, if you've got a day off, or if you've got a day off and you go out to the gym or you go to the shops, are you going to dress up like you're going out on a date?
Fuck no.
Women will.
What?
Exactly.
Women will.
Don't wear.
Kat, are you wearing makeup now?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. Do you accept the fact that if I asked any other woman who was sitting at home, are you wearing makeup? She would say, no, I'm not.
I mean, some
And
might say yes. I don't
yeah,
know.
they will. And guess what? They genuinely believe that. They're not lying. They're not aware that they're lying. It's just that they've deluded themselves so effectively that they think, oh, yeah, well, foundation, but that's not really makeup. It's
Okay,
literally you paint the
can I
shit
say
on your face. And they forgot that they tattooed their eyebrows on or their fucking lips. They don't realize that shit. They don't realize how effectively they've transformed who they are. They think that that's who they really are. Plastic surgery. The
I think they know.
overwhelming amount of women who have changed themselves to make their own deluded view of how they want to look. And they've manifested that into a reality by going under the knife.
Manifested. Here you go.
Yeah, but they've gone under the knife to try to effectively make their delusion a reality. Women do that. Men don't do that shit. I mean, some men do, but we will all recognize that a guy who does that is ill. That's not normal behavior, but it's completely normalized within women. Your delusion is normalized.
Okay.
That's
My generation wasn't delusional, but I will say this. We used to put like natural looking quote unquote makeup and then ask our boyfriends, who's wearing makeup, and none of the guys could tell that we were all wearing makeup.
No,
they don't see it.
we genuinely don't give a fuck
Okay,
about
I'm
makeup.
just saying. I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
a man does not care
No,
what that
but
you got your
I'm
hair
just
done.
saying,
A man's not
if
going to notice that you
girls-
got your hair done.
If girls know that guys generally can't tell if they're wearing makeup or not, they're gonna lie about it. Just like Kim Kardashian's like, this
Yes,
is
but the
natural,
point is,
but
the point is why? See, because you're
Because
not doing it.
at it.
No. See, when a guy dresses up and tries to make himself look good, right? That does some personal grooming shit, does his hair, whatever. I don't care what the fuck he does. Wears like hit the best clothes that he can when he's going out to try and impress a girl, and takes her to a nice place. Plans out something that he thinks is going to impress her that she's going to like, because obviously he wants to win over that girl, right? When everything the guy does, he does because it is about impressing the girl. We see that across the animal kingdom.
Yeah.
Peacocking. We see that. It's like you have to impress the person, right?
Yeah.
And you see failure guys today, guys who have never fucking nailed a chick, who will look at guys doing that and say, "Oh, you're a simp, you're a simp." No, that's not what a fucking simp is. Trying to impress a woman is not what a simp does. There are simps out there and they do shit, but you see many people calling shit out as being simp behavior or whore behavior, but you need to see where is it coming from and what is it that you're really describing. And then you're going to realize whether the person making that claim, whether it's a woman or a man, is somebody who's genuinely calling out a simp or a whore, or if it's somebody who's just a fucking failure who can't do that shit themselves. So they hate it when other people are successful. Yes.
That's my other
when
thing that I
you
wanted to say.
But just this one point. The one point is that when you see men doing those things to impress women, when the effort that they're putting in is to impress the woman, but all of the effort that the woman is putting in to look good and to appear desirable is not to appeal to the man. They don't do it to impress the man. They don't. And you've just kind of touched on that because you said, "Oh, we know that you're not going to recognize it. We know that you don't see it. But so when we know that you're not going to recognize or know if we've done our hair or not, we lie about it. We say, "Oh, well, no, I'm not wearing makeup." So the thing is that why are you wearing it? Women wear makeup and try to look good for a variety of reasons.
Especially
But
other
none
women.
of those reasons are to impress yes, it's not to impress the other women. It's to intimidate the other women.
Yes, it's to keep them in their place or keep them from talking shit.
Yeah, I look better than you, but that has changed since you were a kid. You said it's to keep other women from talking shit. I look better than you. I'm hotter than you. Know your place. Shut the fuck up. Today, with liberal women, it's that they make themselves look less attractive so that they don't get picked on. Because they know that if you're trying and if you look good,
it's like a pick me.
They can shame you. They can say you're a fucking whore. Or
no, they say
you've got pretty privilege, or you're a pick me girl. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They'll say that shit. This is why there is a race to look as unattractive and ugly as possible among these people, because success is not their metric. Their metric is their goal is to we're all equal. Look at me. I'm so non-offensive, and I'm so non-offensive. I don't pose any kind of threat to you. I'm completely asexual. Nobody's going to think that I'm attractive in any way, shape, or form. Therefore, I don't present a threat. Sorry?
It's like showing your belly in the animal kingdom.
Yeah, exactly. I don't present a threat. I'm completely unfuckable. Nobody wants me. Blah blah blah. Look at me. I'm completely asexual. That's
so
what
you think
they
all these
strive
kids
to.
Are just scared out of their mind of like being attacked by other people, like they're traumatized?
I think they've been shamed.
So you just said there's
submission.
no shame. So there is shame, but the shame.
No. I said we need to bring back the effective shame, like real shaming. They've been shamed into they've been shamed into submission,
so
and this is what.
Shame.
No, they're using
natural versus unnatural.
Kind of shame. When we said we need to shame whores, I said like we need to shame effectively, right? This kind of shame is what's going on today is the control mechanism to make society dependent on a government. Okay, you can't become successful in any way, shape, or form if you're ashamed to be great. And this is what's happening in the West. They've taken Marxism, they've taken the Russian plan to subvert Western culture, and they've just run with it. This is why if you look at the greatest societies in the world today, if you look at America and if you look at Britain, the two most successful civilizations that we've had in recent years, you look at America, you look at Britain, and what do the people who are white, who are American, who are born in America, what do they say most of the time if they're liberal? We've got a shameful history in our country. If you want to destroy a country, the easiest way to destroy that country is to make the people ashamed of it. It's the people who make your country. If your own citizens are ashamed and have zero patriotism, then you've destroyed the country. You don't need to drop a single fucking bomb. You just make everybody ashamed of their own culture.
Yeah.
And now you see that happening in schools by people shaming success. If you win, don't celebrate. You're going to hurt the feelings of the people who lost. Shut up, be quiet, and we're going to hand out the medals to all the people who lost for participating. And you need to just be dignified, aka shut the fuck up. Okay? That's what we've seen happen for decades now. And it has destroyed greatness. When Donald Trump said, make America great again, what he should have said was make greatness great again. Stop apologizing for being better than other people at war. Stop apologizing for conquering other nations. Stop apologizing for having more than other people have. You worked for it. You fucking earned it. They didn't. They should apologize for being shit. You shouldn't apologize for being great.
And this is the thing, like this is why they tear down the statues. This is why they you had the guy fucking trying to make the case that Winston Churchill was the greatest criminal in World War II. This is why you have like this kind of just like defeatist attitude. Do you know what I mean? Like the like even like the example you gave with Martin Luther King is like, oh, he's actually like, you know, fucking like a womanizer or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean? But it's like at the end of the day, I mean, who should have more shame? The obese kid who's like sitting in his mom's basement playing video games all day, or the guy who can get like any woman he wants? Like, think about it. It literally it goes against like every kind of like observable fact you can see in the fucking reality. You know what I mean? To go against this, and this is why, like, again, I'm no fan of Andrew Tate. But like the amount of shit they're trying to like this whole kind of like thing of him, oh, like he slept with an underage girl, or he's a minors or whatever the fuck. Like, again, it's like show me the evidence, show me the proof. I was like, she was 16. It's like, Damon, you're in England, you live in England. What's the sex age in England?
Yeah, 16.
Yeah, so she technically wasn't a minor. You know what I mean? Now, is it like good behavior, or would I trust my daughter with him? Fuck no. Like I said, I'm no fan of him. But like, is this whole thing of like anyone who has anything like wealth or like any of these like metrics that we would measure greatness in, because like that's why you had the saying is it's like there's the difference between being a great man or being a good man. You know what I mean? Like I think it was in Sherlock where it's like, you know, like because Sherlock is like the basic kind of saying to the constable guys like, why'd you put up with like all Sherlock's shit and all this stuff? It's like Sherlock Holmes is a great man. And if we're lucky, maybe one of these days he might actually become a good man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a difference in the two. You know what I mean?
What were you talking about? I was going to say something. Do you remember?
No, I couldn't read your mind at the moment.
Just to
what
echo
was
off
it that you were talking about?
Like this is why you had like the Jordan Peterson and all this stuff. It's like if you're harmless, it's like you're actually a danger to society than more anything else. And that's why it's like you see this whole thing of like the male feminists, like they're trying to be like, oh, I'm harmless, but all it is just a ploy to try and get some pussy. Undeserved, I should say, because at least back in the day, if you wanted to get pussy, you had to go to war, you had to actually fucking do something, you had to accomplish something. And this is why the whole body count thing it's just like water off a duck's back when it comes to a guy, because you can't do like for like. It's because guys, if a guy has a high body count, an obscenely high body count, he at least have at least perceived, like he might have lied to get past this, but to get through that amount of women, and for not a good majority of them to see through the bullshit, the odds are not in your favor. But like this whole kind of perspective of a guy like who slept with 100 women versus a woman who slept with 100 guys, it's like she's giving away something, he's earning something.
Can I
two different things?
Can I just say one thing about that? Okay, so would you say that a guy who's like top 1% looks has an easy time getting girls to sleep with him?
Yes.
Would you
'Cause
say
you're
that
simple.
a girl has an easy time getting guys to sleep with her?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so how is the guy who happens to be good looking, so he has an easy time, how did he earn it?
He was
We're
born
not
with
sort
because he was
He
born
was
with
born with value, just like a woman.
No, no,
Thank
no,
you.
no,
A pretty
no.
dude
No,
is a woman. Pretty
You're
dude,
applying
woman,
value.
pretty
Again,
is a woman.
you
Pretty
can
dude
dance
is a
all you
woman.
want, but here's the actual logic to the situation. You're talking about the top 1% beauty of men
Is the
versus
same
the
as a
average
woman.
woman.
Is the
No,
same as
the
a
average
woman.
woman. The average
yes,
woman.
it's the same as a woman.
Yeah,
a
so
woman.
what you're doing is you're comparing the average to the best of the best of the best.
Yes, but it doesn't matter.
But
If
that's
you're the top
retarded, Kat.
1%
That is literally
dude,
retarded. That is
no, it's
literally
not.
retarded.
It's not. It's
It is
illogical.
retarded.
You can
Nah,
you can
It's
say
not. It's
whatever
not biological.
word.
Think about it. Think about it. For a guy
It's
to be
just
able
as
to
easy if you're very
No, it's not.
ridiculous.
That's the
Yes,
mistake.
it
That's
is.
what
What you're doing is
hold
comparing
on.
like the top 1% of like a communist country versus the average capitalist country and saying, see, communism is better. Because like you have these wealthy communists, but you don't see like all the fuckers in the gulags.
No, wait.
That's what you're doing.
Let me make it a bit simpler. Kat, for a guy to walk into a club and just have women throwing themselves at him, or for a guy to walk into a club and with very little effort walk out of the club with a woman who's going to fuck him that night.
Yes.
For a guy to be able to do that, like
have to be
Teriak
born
said, you're
with
talking about a very, 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 very high level of attractiveness for a guy.
Yes, and that
Now,
exists. Okay.
a woman could
Doesn't have to
be
be attractive, but she has the same power. Yes.
yes, she can be. You're talking about a way larger percentage of women than the percentage of men that you're talking about. So it's
know,
not the
but
same thing.
But I'm just comparing a beautiful man is the same as a woman. So a beautiful man and a woman need to control their body. Yes.
Damon is being, you're offending Damon.
Okay, look, I'm sorry if you want to be a hooker, but it is what it is. If you have if girls throw themselves at you, you are showing no self-control by accepting it. Just like a woman, if dudes are throwing themselves at her,
No,
and
because
she's
again,
like letting everybody in,
you're talking about like, for example, like Myron Gaines.
he's not a 1% dude. What are you talking
Exactly. But women will still throw themselves at him. Why?
Certain types of women, not all women. Stop. Just he gets a few.
Yes, but why?
Because they want his money, obviously.
Status.
Yes, so he has he had to earn some sort of value. Exactly.
The dude who was born hot didn't
and even Myron is kind of like an outlier because Myron is like he's like fit and like all that kind of shit. Do you know what I mean?
Going off of Terak's point there, Going off of Terak's point there, though, Kat, think about it this time. You're talking about control. Which side has control? Because you'll have women who'll throw themselves at some fucking that Apu out of Aladdin looking motherfucker just because of his status, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just because of his status. They'll compromise it. They'll say, okay, it doesn't matter that he's fuck ugly. I'll go into bed with him just because of status. But if you had a woman who had that level of success and that kind of status, guys aren't going to fuck her.
Yeah,
they don't
but
care.
I'm not comparing the. I'm not comparing. Look,
money and status. Money and status isn't going to make women more attractive to men.
Obviously,
but money and status does make men more attractive to women. So who's got the standards here, the men or the women?
It just look. It depends on what we're talking about. If we're talking about
no, who's exercising more control? Men aren't going to give their dick up to a fat, ugly woman just because she's got money and status, but women will give their pussy to a guy just because he's got money and status.
Not all women.
No, but significantly more.
Actually, I know plenty of wealthy guys who can't get chicks. They have to pay for it.
We know, no, but
You just proved this
but
point.
this is-
You just proved this point.
That's not the point.
No.
You just proved this point. That's not the
No, I
point.
didn't.
That's not the no.
The point is, how hard is it for you to get something? Therefore, if you don't control yourself, if it's easy, then you are the problem. That's all I'm saying.
We've already established that women are the gatekeepers of sex. So obviously it's going to be easier. They determine
No.
whether or not it's going to happen.
But if a man can get sex from anyone he wants, and he says yes to everyone, he's as low value as a whore.
I agree. Okay, I agree, but we're talking about 1% of 1% of men,
That's
and
all
we're
I'm
talking about
I'm not talking about
40% of
other
women
men
who have the
sometimes.
ability to do that same thing. You're talking about 40% of women who have that ability. You can have, at the end of the night,
It doesn't
a
matter
woman
how
who is basically a 4 could walk into a club and say, "Who wants
Absolutely.
sex?" and a guy's going to leave with her. But you
Yeah,
can't
probably
get
a
a guy to
5.
do that.
A 5 or 6 guy tops. Are you
What?
gonna go home with a 4, Damon?
No, I'm not. But I'm saying that a woman who's a 4 could walk into a club and say, "Who wants some sex?" at the end of the night,
Yes,
and
but
she's
she's not gonna
guaranteed to
get
get
the
sex.
top-looking guy.
Of course she's not, and she doesn't deserve that.
Because she wasn't born that way.
Oh God.
Yes.
But if we're just talking about how easy it is for someone to get something, a beautiful guy is the same as an above average.
No,
looking
again,
girl.
Kat, let me like restate the proposition that you spurred about, right? We're talking about generally speaking.
We're not talking
right?
generally speaking. I wasn't
Yeah.
saying you're
Okay,
trying to create.
Can I finish the statement? Can I finish
But
the
it's
statement?
not what we're
Right?
talking about.
Generally speaking, across the board, when we look at like
We're
a
not
man who
looking
has
at
a high
across the
body count versus a woman who has a high body count,
Yes,
a man
but I wasn't talking general. I was trying to get hyper specific.
a man. Yeah, because it's the only, probably one of the only circumstances that you can point
But it
to
still
and say,
exists.
yeah,
So if you can't admit that
1%
it
of 1%, 1% of 1% is it's
Who
not even
cares?
point bringing up. It's not even the point bringing up. Okay,
It
so like
is.
in terms of the whole
Because those
standard,
are the
in
men
terms of
that
the
are
whole
ruining it for
standard,
all
in
the
terms
other
of the
men.
statement, in terms of the statement, a man who has 100 bodies versus a woman who has 100 bodies, a man is offering some sort of value. He has to have like built
No,
himself
he's
up in
not.
some
Not
way,
always.
shape, or form.
Sometimes he's just a 1% hot guy, like the 1%
Yeah,
hot
so but
girl.
99% of the time, that's the true statement.
We're not talking about 99%. I'm trying to talk about this hyper specific situation.
Yeah, because you're wrong.
Only the one. I don't care.
Yeah, you're wrong. Okay, so next time you bring up a point, I'm going to say, well, in this 1% situation,
okay,
you know what I mean?
That's all
Like,
we're talking about. I'm not talking
no,
about.
we're not. No, we're
else.
not.
I'm not
I made the general
generalizing.
statement. I
I'm
made the
not-
general
I'm
statement
not-
that a guy who has a
I'm
high
not doing
that a
that
guy
with
who
you.
has
I'm
a
not
high body
playing that.
count.
We've
the
already
guy-
gone through
yeah,
the
yeah,
general.
okay.
Now we're doing hyper specific.
Yeah, because I brought you back to the point, and then you realize,
we agree
okay,
on the general. The general, we agree.
okay, so a guy that has a high body count is not the same as a woman who has a high body count. Generally speaking, yeah.
Generally.
Okay,
generally.
correct. Yeah,
But now we're doing
yeah.
hyper specific.
No, we're not. You went hyper specific. You went hyper specific because you got like
you
you got
guys. You don't
upset
have to
because
be
like
involved.
a guy who has a high body count, it actually makes sense.
See, this is why people have problems. If you can't concede to realities, people lose everything in the sauce. There's certain be it as it may, as rare as fuck, there's certain people that are above average looks. They exist whether or not it's an average or whatever.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit? There's certain men that are so attractive, they can walk in the bar, walk out with anyone
Yeah.
they want, period.
Yeah.
Always, since the beginning of time.
and they're so rare that it's not even worth talking about. What we're talking about is in general speaking. If you
They're
have
not
on
that
average,
rare, maybe to you guys,
on
but
average,
I know
a guy that has 100 bodies versus a woman that has 100 bodies, he literally had to do nothing for it. Whereas generally speaking, the guy does.
No.
Can I just ask though? Can I just ask, Kat? Can I ask you though? What is the contention that you've got? What's bothering you about this
I'm just
specifically?
trying to say that a beautiful man is exactly the same as an above average woman, right?
So if I
all of
was
these,
to
like 50% and up, woman's ability to have sex with whoever they want is the same as a beautiful man. Women.
Can I just say, right?
What are you doing?
If I was to
That's
concede,
8 million people according to Stephen's statistical analysis.
but
8
if I was
million
if I was to concede
are
this to you, I would
man
say
holders, just like women.
if I was to concede this, I would say that in a population of like 10,000 guys, let's say that there's one guy who with zero effort can get any woman into bed, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
And by that same metric, within that society, I would say to you, okay, so there's probably about 1,000 women who could
I'm
experience
sure
that
that's a lot
same.
more, like 50%.
Yeah, probably more. Probably 10,000. 10,000 women who can get that same easy ride in life that guy can, that one guy can. So considering that population disparity there,
But we're not
you're
doing
going to say,
general. We
look,
already agreed for
look, there's
general. So why
10,000
are we trying
women.
to move it back to general? I'm just talking about this one case of a guy.
Yeah, but no,
versus-
hold up. If I was to, this is what I'm saying. If I was to concede that, it would be under the recognition that you're talking for that one guy.
Yes, I'm only
You're
talking
also
about
saying,
that
oh,
one
no, hold up. Let me finish. Let me just finish. I'm saying that the example that you're making, I can agree to it under the understanding that we're talking about one guy to every 10,000 women. So 10,000 women have got it as easy as this one guy has it. So bearing that in mind, which you also say you agree to, what's the point that you're trying to make? What exactly are you trying to say?
I'm trying
For
to
every
say,
10,000 women, there's one guy who has it as good.
yes. So
And
I'm
what
trying
does
to
that
say
prove?
it's not a proof. It's just let's agree to that, and then we can move on to the next part.
Okay, we can agree that the level of privilege that about 10,000 or maybe even more women enjoy, there's one guy who enjoys that same kind of privilege. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So being as now we understand that, knowing
Yep.
that because of this singular dude banging all the women, turning all the women now into whores, increasing all the women's body because they're all sleeping with him, just so you know. Easily. They just
Okay.
throw it at him. So
Okay, let's go on.
shouldn't
Okay,
guys
fine.
also start policing this 1% guy instead of claim him as some fucking hero? Because that's what
Okay.
guys tend to do.
Lynch him.
So
Yes.
if we agree that guys need to
rid of
police
him.
that one guy, do we also
Yes.
agree that women need to police the 10,000 women?
Yes.
No, because
I
there's no
think
accountability.
Men need to go. Look, if this was a tribe, the other men would off the 1% guy that was super
no.
hot.
So here's
Yes or yes?
here's the difference, though. Here's where we have to agree that there are certain double standards which will always exist.
Yeah.
It's a guy's
We
job
already
to go and
agreed to
fuck
that
women.
before. We're not going back to that. Now we're just
No,
talking
but
about if we want
so
to
so
police
if a
You literally
woman,
have been
society.
spurging cat like because again I
So
don't want to
Kat-
shout it down as well. He tipped €9.52. He said this is for ribeyes only, and Cat is triggered. Like this has triggered you like beyond comprehension
It's
at
not
this stage.
triggered. It's just that we're trying to have a conversation, so we have to agree to this thing so we can go to the next part. Because the
okay,
next
so
part
the part that you're ignoring is that in the animal kingdom, if a
we would have
woman
killed
lets
the hot guy.
100 guys, if a woman lets 100 guys into her, she is a whore. And if a man fucks 100 women, he's a man. And I'm sorry, but
I
that's
know, but I'm
something.
saying, well, okay, look, if we were
You
in
don't
a
know. You've been
tribe,
disagreeing
okay,
with this the whole time.
okay, stop,
If
stop,
you
stop.
look at a farm, Cat, if you look at a
Wait,
farm,
just let me
how
just
many
let me try
bulls
to
do you
talk.
need versus cows?
I don't give a shit about that. We're not trying to reproduce. I'm saying if we're in a tribe, right? We're in a tribe. There's 150 people. There's one dude who's super mega ultra attractive. So all the chicks only want to bang that dude. And all the other dudes are sitting here grabbing their junk all alone in the corner, watching
Right.
behind the bushes.
Again,
At
though,
what point do you think all those
again,
dudes are not going to kill that one dude?
again,
but
though,
Cat, okay, one
how
sec, just let
many
me highlight
cows
this
do you
real quick.
need and how many bulls do you need?
I'm just saying you need more than one dude to like fight in wars. So if those
You can
dudes
have
are pissed off,
100 fucking cows and one bull.
no, I'm saying,
If
okay,
that
look,
bull
you have
knows how to
another
fuck, he knows
tribe
how to
come
fuck.
to steal your women. The one hot guy can't defend all the women. He needs the help of the other guys. And
Yeah,
since
but Cat, okay,
getting
like,
any
but your
women,
solution
why would they
in this situation is let's kill the one dude and like not like show any accountability for the 10,000 women.
This is animals. There's no fucking accountability. This is animal behavior. We're beyond accountability.
Well, no, because
Nobody has
now you're actually leaning even harder into the wall that is Damon's argument. Because then it's like, yeah, we only need, this is the animals, so it's like you only need one bull.
But it's no, because okay, if another group of rogue males comes to come and kill that one male, then he loses all the women. So
Thank you for making that argument. Thank you for making that argument. Guess what that means? Guess what that means? A stronger, better male came along.
So we're saying we should just like revert to like animals just killing each other and mating.
Well, it's called survival of the fittest for a reason.
Well, let's bring it back into the population. Let's talk about the people. Let's talk about the people. You're saying that you would rather punish that, you'd sentence that one dude to a death than punish the 10,000 women.
I'm saying if the other dudes have no women, what do they have to live for?
But again, you're not answering the question. You were conceding that you would literally execute the one hot dude.
I'm not saying I would do it. I'm saying it would have to be done.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's literally like it seems like there's like some sort of like brain there, but it's just clearly not. Because again, like this is just like we can point to this, like we gave the example of, all it takes is one dude to repopulate a population. You still need that's why women and children were left. They got to leave the Titanic first. It's double standards, but men accept that. But you, again, like thankfully you're here to prove this. It's like it just seems like women. It's like no, like that's not the way it is in this 1% of a 1% situation.
Fine, let the one dude bang all the chicks. You guys cheer him on and be like, "Oh my god, you're so wonderful. Look at your muscles. You're so inspirational." While you have no chicks.
The mischaracterization, because like I said, in terms of your scenario, you're the ones who's saying let's punish the one dude. Again, punishing him for like immutable characteristics.
If we as a society
we can't punish the women.
A hoe, he gets punished for being a hoe.
The mistake that you're making here is you're hung up on one dude, right?
Yes, but the one dude
no, wait, Kat, we're talking about society.
Have a conversation because you guys can't. This is reality. If the
no, it's not reality. That's the problem. You're ignoring.
Women. We already decided they can't make their own decisions.
So, Kat, listen. You're saying this is reality, but it's not reality. If there's one dude banging all these chicks, okay, the reality is that most men today know that if they're going to marry a girl, she's not going to be a virgin. Most men today know that.
100% guy 100 billion times.
Sorry?
So she and all of her friends have banged this one dude. So
no, that's again, we're talking about reality. One guy is not going to fuck every single woman in a society. He's not going to.
He's going to try.
The 1%. No, he's not. The 1% guy out there, the guy who's the most attractive guy in the world out there, is not trying to fuck every woman in society. Believe it or not. He's not trying to do that. He's not. He might be going out fucking a woman every probably a different. Let's assume that he fucks a different woman every single week. That still means that in 1 year he's only fucked 52 women. So how many in a lifetime do you think he's going to get through?
What about those? They get a lot more.
But keeping on with the idea of reality, all of these different women he fucks are not his. Other men will get them. Other men will get them. So the problem that we're having here is it's not about being okay with it. It's about understanding that the behaviors that you have are going to be different when you are single and when you decide that you want to have a relationship. You are going to behave differently. The interactions that guys are going to have with women when they're dating versus when they want to settle down and start a family is going to be different. And the way you're going to be behaving with women, the way you're going to be dating several women until you find the right one, who you click with, who you like, whether or not you fuck or don't fuck is besides the point. Your choices that you make when you decide to settle down with a girl is going to be different at that stage. When you start to get to know a woman, there's certain things that you might overlook. If she's like, oh, this is my body count. If she brings it up, if there's other things attracting you to her, you might just think, I'm just here for a bit of fun, short-term dating. And maybe if I like the way this girl looks, and if we had a good conversation, but now she blindsided me with the fact that she's got a kind of high body count, I might still fuck her. But I'm not going to put a ring on her finger. When it comes down to getting married, you're going to have a set of standards that you're like, the girl is not going to fall below this bar. And men understand that. Men always understand that. As soon as we were of legal age, we knew, I want to have fun right now. I'm not thinking about getting married at this stage. Maybe next year, maybe 5 years from now. But the girls that we were partying with, do you honestly think that we're going to say, oh yeah, I met your mum after I did a keg stand, collapsed, fell into a swimming pool, and then all of a sudden she was there with her tits out after winning a wet t-shirt contest, and I decided I'm going to put a baby in her, and that's you. That's how I met your mother. No, we're not going to tell these fucking stories.
Romantic.
Personal.
But what I'm saying is that as soon as you think to yourself, I want to start a family, or I want to bring this girl home to meet my parents, there's been, at least for most normal guys, there's been probably 4 or 5 girls that they never brought home to their mother before they met the right one, not even the right one, but one that was like, I'm okay with bringing her to meet the family. So it's different phases throughout your life as you become mature enough to think, I want to start a family now. And to your point earlier on when we started this conversation, you were talking about these born-again whores. Now, the word whore gets thrown around a lot. We need to understand that fucking one guy before your husband doesn't make you a whore.
What's
right?
like?
Well,
now?
that thing is
Like a
open to
number for you.
interpretation.
Is it
I personally believe that something more important than the number. I mean, the number can be seriously fucking significant, but something more important than the number is how easily the girl gives it up. Right? There's girls out there that are like, you can have them for a fucking box of wine. And I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter if you fuck 3 guys. If you gave it up easy as anything, then you're a whore. And there could be a girl that fucked more dudes than you did, but they put in more work, more effort. They might have lied to her. They might have promised things. They might have made her think that they were seriously looking for commitment. And she might just be, unfortunately, not a very good judge of character for that. But if there's a girl who's just getting drunk every night and spreading her legs for everybody, but she fucked less dudes, I would still call her a whore over the other chick. So that's me, how I personally judge that. And I'm not saying that.
Yeah, so again, like I said, in terms of the whole kind of dynamic here, it's like this whole thing of like the man whore, like it doesn't exist. We don't make rules based on exceptions. You know what I mean? So like your 1% thing, it's a fugazi.
I wasn't talking about
so like
generalities.
The general principle here, or the rule is that it's like if a guy has a high body count, it's not the same as a woman having a high body count. Because as Dan was saying, it's like some of these bitches, they'll just throw it away on the first day. You know what I'm saying? It like these guys don't even need to put in fucking effort. You know what I mean? They just need to flash a bit of cash, and then the legs are even like the cash. It's like buy them a drink and they're spreading their legs kind of thing. A box of wine, they spread their legs kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So it's like we need to like recognize that it's like who's the gatekeepers to sex? It's women, and because that is the fact. You know what I mean? You don't blame the one guy versus the 10,000 women. You know what I'm saying? You blame the 10,000 women because they had, like, it was consensual. They gave it up. You know what I mean? So it's like this whole kind of like thing of like we need to hold guys to this impossible standard versus women.
If
there's
it's
no standard
impossible,
whatsoever.
I'm talking about the 1% guy, not guys. This one guy that is causing all
Kat,
the ruckus.
do you know what? If those 10,000 women like had the standard of I'm not giving it up until I get a ring, society would be a lot fucking better off, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you have to
Exactly.
compare.
So again, so why have women literally lowered their, because this is the thing, like they say like, oh, the average woman nowadays has such high standards, all this shit. They say all this kind of bollocks, but that's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like that's just the shit they say. It's like the same way, it's like you go to
They
a
have low
girl,
standards.
you ask for a dance in the club, whatever, and she goes, oh no, I'm a lesbian, or like I have a boyfriend or whatever, and she just basically just tells you a lie. It's just something that they want to say so that they sound good, or they kind of virtue signaling, or all that kind of shit, or they're boss babe and they need to make sure they have all these high standards, all this kind of shit. Realistically, when you look at it, the reason why it's deteriorating is because these women have no standards. They're thrown away on the first day. How can you tell me that you have a standard if you're giving it up on the first day? You
Because
don't.
feminism told them that there's no such thing as morality anymore, and that you can do whatever you want, and you're a guy. That's what feminism ultimately said. You're a guy, so you can have sex like a man.
It's that they were led by
Yeah.
people who didn't have their own interests, their own best interests at heart. Like, again, this goes back to who are women trying to attract? Like, who are they dressing up for? Who are they trying to impress? Women are diverting their efforts to the wrong place. Okay, I'm going to use a word here that is a problematic word, but
Do not
predators,
say
right?
do not say the
No,
little
no, no, no.
happy, don't mention them.
Predators. You look at the animal kingdom, you look at predators. Who are the predators, right? The ones that go out and get what they want. Men go out, get what they want. If you're looking at the dating pool, if you're looking at those kind of relations with forming a relationship with the opposite sex, men are the predators, men are the hunters. You're going to go out, you're going to find somebody you like, somebody who attracts you, okay? And then you decide that's what I'm going to go after. And if you look at women, what are women doing? Women are not going after the guy. Women are too preoccupied looking at other women. You all of your efforts, you're not dressing up nice. You're not doing this to look good for the guy. You're trying to outdo other women. But why are you trying to outdo other women? To appeal to the guy, right? No, because where you divert your efforts are not to the things that the guy recognizes or values or appreciates. Well, no, the guys do not care what kind of brand of handbag you've got. Guys don't
There's
care
certain
about,
guys that care.
yeah, gay guys.
Yeah.
Gay guys.
Gay guys. And that's who you listen to. Women listen to gay men. When it comes to looking good, women listen to gay men. Why are you trying to impress a man who wants to fuck another man? This is what I don't understand. Every
Because
single women's
men
fashion
are no longer
magazine.
friends with women, so they
No,
don't
but
have
no, no.
access to men.
That's a poor excuse. Everyone that is influencing women's behavior are old single women and gay men. Look at every single fashion magazine that women read. Look at all of the TV shows that women pay attention to, the lifestyle shows, the influencers that women pay attention to. They are old, unfuckable women and gay men. That is who influences you and conditions women to be apparently beautiful and successful. Why are you listening to those people? When men want to look good, men will talk to women, or men will look at what women like. No man is going to a butch dyke and saying, how should I dress? But that's the equivalent of what women do. They'll go to a gay dude and be like, tell me what you find attractive. I tell you what, stop lasering your top lip and grow a nice mustache, and I think you'll look perfectly hot. That's what a gay dude will be like. You look like a man, and then you'll impress a gay dude. And this is why we are seeing more and more and more women looking and acting masculine. Oh, look at how
Be
much money
fair,
I'm
can I just
earning.
say
Look at how
something?
sorry?
To be fair, gay dudes got me to stop wearing Crocs.
That just means that even a gay dude wouldn't fuck a guy wearing Crocs.
And they would also shame me because I didn't paint my nails. And they would literally be like, oh, disgusting. And I'd be like, okay, I have to paint my nails.
Yeah, but I mean, look, you need to you need to know and put effort into impressing a dude. That's the thing. Even when here's the thing, look at how the behavior continues through an actual relationship. Through an actual relationship, the effort, like guys know that if they don't maintain the effort that they put in when they met the girl, they're
don't
gonna
know.
lose the girl.
They don't know.
They do know that. Any guy
They
who's
don't know.
worth a damn, I'm sorry, but they do. Teryak, do you know that? Do you know that if you impress a girl, if the effort you put in when you first seal the deal, if you don't maintain that effort, you're going to lose the girl, correct or not?
I'd even argue that you have to even put in more effort.
Yeah. Yeah. But that baseline has been set. That bar has been set, and you need to at least meet it, if not exceed it. But with women, you see how a woman acts when you're dating her, when she's looking to get that title of being the girlfriend. The moment she's the girlfriend, what happens? They fall below the bar. The effort isn't there anymore. No, for the majority of the time, yes, that's true. That's why you kick into the curb straight away. Find a new girl who's going to maintain that effort.
Is that true, Pete?
Well, it's only going to go downhill from there.
How dare you? So wait,
you do have to like think about the future if you want to be long term with this person.
Yes, but I'm not talking about other people.
Leg to fall off because they got diabetes and
what are you talking about?
Not
did I throw it off as soon as I got the title?
No.
Okay. What about after marriage?
No.
Did you?
No.
That was a hesitation.
Right, Kat, okay, so a married couple comes into you. They're looking for some advice, okay? Kind of like the agony aunt section. So, like a married couple, they've been married about 10 years, right? She's overweight. He still has the same job. Like, what would be your advice to the couple? They're both pissed off at each other.
You're fat, you're lazy. You both need to go and work on shit. Come back later.
Okay, so like basically the woman lets herself go, the guy still has the same standard, and you still
But you
blame
said
the
he
man.
has the same job after 10 years.
Like
yeah.
He didn't get a promotion?
He could have been a CEO of a massive company.
He has to make more money. She has to lose weight. Yeah.
But see what I'm saying,
both
Damon?
need
Like
to
this
be
whole
better.
kind of thing. Like
Yeah.
she's literally a closet feminist because it's like the
One-
guy's
it's okay
standard did
for
not
women.
change. He's still given the same amount of. He's still the same guy.
Wait, is his
same
money going
money,
up with inflation?
But she's overweight. She's gained all this weight, and the guy's still there's some
but
sort
he's
of fault
not-
that she can
he's
find with the
not-
guy.
He's not putting in the effort.
He's
gotta put
not
in
doing.
effort,
If
too.
you
This
are not
is-
doing anything,
This is baffling.
it's not.
One guy,
You
one
both
person,
gotta
one
do it.
person. Hang on a second. One person. The fault is that they fell beneath the bar, right?
And the other
They
person
they
hasn't
went
moved.
into decline. The problem with the other guy is that they didn't advance.
Yeah, these are both
that's-
problems.
No. What you could have looked at it and said, one guy maintained, one person didn't maintain, one person failed to maintain. So who's at fault? The person who failed to maintain. But you're saying, oh, but the other guy's also at fault because he didn't do better.
Which is the same thing.
And this is
as
the underlying feminist principle where it always has to be
not.
equal.
It's not. It's
You always
not.
have to. You have to share
Everybody
the blame
has to
around.
improve.
This is
She needs to get hotter.
this has been such an enlightening stream. I think it's even showing that like like someone who would like claim to be like, oh, I'm conservative and this is how we do it right and all this kind of shit still has this in-baked propaganda feminist bullshit like to the whole kind of rationale and all that kind of shit to it.
It's
Both should be
not.
shamed. Distinction. Oh.
Why did it suddenly go silent?
I don't know.
Oh, you just can't hear it. Yeah. Yeah, so basically Dano says both should be shamed. I think he's talking about the whole kind of like the man whore discussion. The distinction is women are not adverse to the ladies' man, in fact, usually want them. But men are adverse to the whore. So the two are not equivalent. Double standards, like me and Damon are trying to point out. Not because we say it, but because women don't care about guys' count. They just don't. It's not us. But like this is why I gave the analogy where the guy, like I said, like this whole thing of like he hasn't advanced himself, but I could be talking about the CEO of Apple. He's been the CEO for over 10 years. He's not advanced his position. He still has the same job, where you still found a way to blame the guy in the situation.
Okay, look, you didn't
Whereas the woman who
stipulate that he had a
literally
good
becomes
job.
overweight.
You didn't stipulate he had a good job.
I never
'Cause
said
I'm
it was. I
thinking
never
of-
said it was a
I
bad
know,
job. Yeah, but
I'm
Kat,
thinking
that's not what I'm
of
saying. That's not
people
what I'm
I
saying.
know.
But this is what I'm saying. This is the whole kind of like bear in the woods versus the man
It's
in the
not
woods
the bear in the
argument.
woods. This
It's
is
where your
different.
mind automatically went. You
Because
automatically.
most people I know are losers. The women are losers. The men are
Yeah,
losers.
okay,
I'm-
get new friends. But what I'm
Okay,
saying is your mind automatically went that the because the guy hasn't like improved the situation. That's why I remember Damon when I said
look,
I
live
would
in
argue
America,
Damon
nobody's
when
doing
to your question, like the guy has to raise the bar. Did I not say that?
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Exactly. Like this is what I'm saying. Like, where women, it's like
I
a constant.
think
They
you
need more, more, more. But even if they drop below the standard, they're bringing less to it. They still expect more.
You
So
need
like
to
this whole
understand-
situation where it's like automatically your mind went to blame, finding some sort of way to blame the guy, whereas like it was clear as day. The woman has like
it wasn't very
she's
clear,
plummeted.
to be honest.
You need to understand the culture in our town, in South, wherever we are. They expect the men to continue as a part of the deal to improve.
And the women have to
And if they do
maintain.
not, the women will leave that person.
It's not just here. I think it's like everywhere.
Like that's why I said like the guy has to improve. But this is
Well,
what I'm saying.
that's
Like, in terms of
exactly
the
what
unequal
I-
standard, this
If he
has been my
doesn't,
whole point.
fall below the bar.
Yeah. We're not saying it's fair. Nothing is fair.
Well, no, exactly. That's my point. The only thing fair in life is that it's equally unfair for everyone, right?
Right.
So like this is what I was saying at the beginning. Like when a guy meets a girl, with the effort he puts in, he has to at least maintain that. But a girl can let go straight the fuck away.
No, you can't.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
no. What I'm saying is that you can, and men are more likely to unfortunately put up with that shit.
Losers.
It happens. Women will very quickly fall out of love or become disgusted with
Not
somebody
all
if
women.
they're not I never generalize. Okay, so whenever I say statements like that, obviously I recognize that there are exceptions, but by and large, the majority of women will very quickly either cheat on or move on from men who don't maintain that effort, right? Or who don't exceed the effort that they put in at the beginning of the relationship. They will very quickly recognize, hey, this isn't doing it for me anymore. This isn't what I was used to. I was expecting this. And women constantly have those expectations. Men have got many other things that they focus on, and the expectations with regards to a relationship are not really that kind of priority. If you look at relationship, the expectations in a relationship, women tend to have more expectations than men do.
Because women are in charge of the relationship and men are in charge of other stuff.
Correct. Men have other things, other priorities as well. I'm not saying that like the woman means less, but the relationship as a whole, men are usually more easily satisfied. I go to work, I do this, I come home. You don't really have all these expectations, but a woman does, by contrast. So if a man isn't maintaining the effort, a woman is going to very quickly realize that. But if a woman isn't maintaining effort, not only is it that the man won't quickly realize that, but we have a lot of tolerance. Men will put up with a lot of shit. And even if it's something that men don't have tolerance for and men won't put up with that shit, if it's something else, you also have society constantly castigating men. Like with regards to, oh, did the woman put on weight? You can't fat shame her. That's disgusting. So why the
Not
fuck
here.
can't I do that?
Not here.
Oh, well, Steve, you're a lucky man.
No. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about in this because it's a Hispanic culture. There's a lot of fat shaming. There's a lot of you have to maintain certain appearances. You can't let things fall flat. Like this is not that type of culture. This is not like up north America.
Right.
Yeah, so again, like point proven. I think, like I said, I think this is the perfect example. I'm even gonna like take note of this and like clip this because this was like such a thing to me. The next thing as well that I want to point out is that what you call it the like women are more homophobic than men.
Of
Surprise,
men.
surprise.
Yeah.
What? No, women are more homophobic. Like they're like, you know, more negative or like, you know, fear kind of like the like gay community than men do actually.
Are you
Does
talking
that
about like
include? Does
are
that
you talking
include
about if you
black
find out
men?
someone you dated or you were dating used to be gay or bi? Women are more upset about it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so for example, like a woman, like if a guy said, okay, I like, you know, I had this like gay experience with another guy when I was in college or whatever, but like I'm past that phase. You know what I mean?
Oh
Like women like will literally just like boom, gone. Like,
Yes,
you know,
and
like
you
end of
know
relationship.
why?
Whereas like if a woman goes like to a guy, oh yeah, I had this like one experience like with another
Because
woman back
women
in college, but
fake.
I'm over that and stuff.
be
It's
real.
like guys are like that even fucking sweetens the pot kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? It's like that kind of like general attitude. Do you know what I mean? So it's like this whole kind of thing of like, and it kind of ties into the whole kind of like the body count thing as well, where it's like women will like try to make the case like, oh, like a woman's past shouldn't matter. You're just insecure because you just can't handle a woman that has a high body count. When in all actuality, all it takes is for a guy to take one dick and she's out of there. She can't handle that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, life is not fair.
What were you going to say though, Kat?
That's
You
what
know
we've been
why?
saying. There's
What
double standard,
was
Kat.
your
You know what I
reason?
mean? That's why we give them the master lock analogy. You know what I mean?
Because
a lock that opens
women
to any key is a shitty lock. Key that can open any lock is a master key.
Okay.
But Kat, what were you going to say when you said, "Do you know why? Do you know why women are put off by a gay dude?" What was the reason you were going to say?
Because women are already hyper paranoid of being cheated on. So if they have to worry about both sexes with their man, like they'll just like explode. Like what?
You need
like,
you need to
why
get over
even
your
bother?
insecurities, Kat. You need to get over your insecurities.
Okay. You guys too.
What insecure? We're dealing with the object reality situation. We're like, hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean? We all want to be bromosexuals, but hey, these bitches they aren't going to tolerate that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like this whole thing. And the other thing as well is like women that have a lot of guy friends, like that's like repulsive to guys.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. No, it's true. It's true. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're dating a girl, and another thing, not only women had a lot of guys friends, but worse than that, a woman who is still friends with an ex. A woman who is
best
still friends with
friends?
an ex, you get the fuck away, run for the hills.
What is
Fuck
this
this.
Asian stuff?
Sorry?
Nothing.
Uh,
I'm not gonna put. I don't know what that is.
Kat, you can't multitask.
No, it's very
Don't
late,
even
guys.
try.
Are we done
You
yet?
struggle doing one thing. Don't
know.
try and do more than one thing.
It's just so late.
Thank you, Stephen, for not disagreeing.
Huh? What?
He's asleep still.
What did I miss? Wait a minute.
Oh my gosh.
But it is like a general kind of
Steven's
like
just looking like Weekend at Bernie's, just a corpse with the glasses and the moustache, just like
I
propped
am.
up in a chair.
Right now.
Been
But
a
like that's
long
that's the reason why I bring it up as well, because it ties back into Dano's thing. It's like this whole thing of like a guy that has a lot of like friends that are girls. It's like,
So look, Kat's holding up her old hymen.
No, she's ovulating.
Shut up, you sickos.
Sorry, go ahead, Derek. Sorry.
yeah. So it's like the woman that has like a lot of guy friends, or like we're saying there, it's like they're still friends with next or whatever the fuck. Like that's like an instant like get the fuck out of there kind of thing. But a guy that like has like a lot of like female friends, it's like it's more attractive for women.
It's not at all. I don't care who told you that.
This is an observable fact.
I'd agree with Tayak.
Yeah, because a woman will look at a guy around another group of women and it's like, oh, like he's safe. He's able to interact with all these women. He's able to talk to women, no problem, all this shit. Whereas with guys, it's just like, yeah, she's a hoe, and that's where we see this similar kind of thing play out. And it's like, oh, you're just slut shaming all stuff. It's like, no, this is an observable fact. This is just like human innate thing. You can just like sit and like I highly recommend. Like I don't encourage people to go to bars or whatever, but like if anytime you're out in public, you know, bar setting is probably the clearest way you'll see it. It's like you see this shit play out all the time, and it's even like was it like the Bill Burr like done the point of like the lesbians at the bar kind of thing. It's like we were sold a bill of goods that like women are like this innocent, you know, like angelic kind of creatures, but they're not. They're like literally the worst, the polar opposite. You know what I mean? It's like and he gave the whole story where it's like he was walking down the street and it's like this lesbian, like he tried to take a step out of the way because they were kind of on the same course. He takes a step out and she still fucking like stuck out the elbow just to fucking hit him. And it's because like when you go to the gay bars, you see all the guys on the dance floor, they're having a great time, they're all happy, they're all ecstatic and all this shit. And then you see the lesbians and they're all miserable. And that's because women are fucking miserable creatures. You know what I mean? It's like it would be the polar opposite. Why is it always the gay guys that are like on the pride parades and all this shit? You never see the lesbians. Lesbians are always like, you know, looking like look like they're the most depressed. Exactly.
Women hate other women, even in relationships. This is the reason why lesbian relationships are so fucking violent. Women don't like other women. They just don't. And look, Kat's the perfect example of this. She said this herself. Kat, how many friends that are girls do you have? How many really good girlfriends do you have? Who you're very good with, who you actually really like, that you don't bitch about?
6.
Right. Most girls that I know say, I don't get along with girls. I don't have girlfriends. And the ones that do say that they have girlfriends, it's kind of more like frenemies, or it's kind of like I work with them, but they don't really like hanging out with them and socializing with them. Guys have guy friends. Guys get along with guys. We always hang out with our mates. We go out with mates all the time.
Okay.
We can get along with each other. Women can't get along with each other.
And it goes down to the base kind of thing. It's like women have never had to cooperate with other women, like to build a society, but men have to cooperate with other men to build a society. And that's why it's no fucking coincidence that the Helen of Troy is a woman. Not just because she wasn't a trans fucking dude or whatever the fuck. It's because it's like that's what women do. They cause destruction. They're the chaos and the men of the order. That's why Jesse Lee Peterson as well goes like, you know, it's like you got to forgive your mama, you got to forgive your mother. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like that's what kind of like it's what like the root cause is. You know what I mean? And it's like we've seen it like multiple times. Like that's why I'm so thankful for Kat, because it's like she's kind of like showing it kind of like multiple times here, where it's like this kind of whole aspect of like, oh yeah, like the guy has the same job, never said it was a good job, never said it was a bad job. The woman puts on all this weight. What would you say to them? You're lazy. You're calling the guy lazy, even though he's being able to maintain his job. He's going to work. He's providing for family. But the woman literally
say any of
has
this
put on all this
stuff. You
weight.
didn't say he was providing. You didn't say he had
What
a
does
family.
what? Okay, one second. What does having a job entail?
I immediately thought of like working at McDonald's or something.
Exactly. But this is the same thing that happens to women when you give them the question of the man versus the bear. Like immediately their brain will go to, well, the guy is the predator. He's more threatening to me than a fucking bear.
It's not the
Just
same.
just to be a dick here, though. Just to be a dick. Sorry, Kat. Even
we do.
Even if the guy was working at McDonald's,
Okay.
right? Even if he was working at McDonald's, if that was the job he had, and like 5 years later, he's still working at McDonald's in the same job, right? He maintained, but the chick got fat. Why is he also at fault as well as the chick? I mean, the guy's working at McDonald's and he didn't get fat. He's working at fucking McDonald's. He's still like maintained. But she's not working there. She doesn't have her hands in the fryer. Like
Okay, but I also am expecting her to be working too. So if they're both working.
Yeah, okay. They're both working. One gets fat, one doesn't.
Okay, then she needs to lose weight. But at the same time, it's like we come from a society where you're not supposed to be stagnant.
Okay, so she needs to lose weight, and what he needs to advance in his job.
Yes. I mean,
So how come
unless he's
she
the
doesn't need to
CEO
advance in her
and
job?
she does too. I don't know. Whatever. Or provide something.
Okay.
What? Have some kids? Does she have kids with him? Is she what else is she doing?
I
Like if
genuinely
she's
think
got
we
8
struck gold with
kids,
this.
maybe she doesn't have time to lose weight. Like we need to know what's going on.
This is going to be. I genuinely think this is going to be like the new, like the next like bear question that gets asked on like the whatever podcast and all the shit. Because like I genuinely think you'll get the same. Yeah, because like it probably even be worse. I think like because like they're even like more fucking liberal and feminist and all that kind of shit they get in the show. But it's like I'm gonna clip this question and it's like put this down into a clip and it's like just to judge based on like what the back and forth is be, because like even Dana says as well, you need to have some sort of disagreement because to have back and forth in the show 100%. Because again, like I'm just like so intrigued that like it went down that path, because it was one of those things where it's like, okay, like clearly it's like, okay, like the fault is with the woman there. You know what I mean? It's like we enter into arrangement. I've maintained, but you haven't maintained, and there was still that kind of
Yes,
like,
but
no,
you
there
didn't
still has to be some fault for it as
specify
well.
all this stuff. This is and also it's very late. And you can't like freaking go like that. You can't go off of fucking like a half-asked question. You have to be very specific. How old are they? Do they have kids? What else is she doing? Is she just getting fat for no reason? Does she have is she pregnant and that's why she's fat? Like what are we talking about here? Is the guy have a good job or does he have no money?
Okay. Would it be reasonable to expect a woman to get more beautiful or more pure with age?
No, but it is reasonable for a man to make enough money to support a family.
Yeah. But you still have the expectation that he's going to get better.
Okay, are you saying men and women are the same and have the same purpose?
No, you've been the one that's saying that they're the same.
I didn't say they had the same purpose.
Yeah, no, the whole kind of like general kind of consensus you've had through the show is that it's basically it's like the underlying tones is like basic equality. That's like if a man
It's
sleeps with
not
100 women
equality.
and a woman
It's
sleeps with
not equality. It's
100
just-
men,
it's-
they're
no,
both
no, no,
whores. But like that's trying to take it as equal. But you can't take it as equal.
You're trying to
No,
turn
see,
it
Kat,
around.
I think I've spotted something here. You are blaming both men and women for being degens, though, right?
Yes, I don't
You
have
are,
a preference.
so you are no, but I mean, you are concerned about women who have a high body count, but you're also earlier on in the discussion that we had, you were concerned about men having a high body count as well. We're not talking about the one guy who's fucking all these women.
Yes, because
And the
I
women,
think
but
look. It's not supposed to be we do whatever we want. Because if
no,
you do
I
whatever you
agree,
want, you don't
but
have a society.
no,
Everybody
I
has
agree.
to lose.
But here's my question though. When a man is looking for a wife, what is it that determines her value?
The man.
No, Teriak touched on it just now. So the determining value is men do
Whatever the
value
man
purity.
values.
Sorry?
Whatever the man values. Some men
Well,
like
no. In general, it's purity.
first for like conservative men, but for liberal men, it's hotness.
Well, liberal men aren't really men. But
Okay.
we're talking about like the fact that you're looking at purity, and that's going back historically. It's something that's ingrained. You want to know that you're the father of the kids, right? But the whole idea is that a woman who is kind of protecting herself, waiting for that right guy, it also gives you the added idea that she is more likely to be faithful as well. But for women don't value, no woman is like, okay, some women are, but most women aren't like, I want him to be a virgin.
I have
Right?
talked to women hysterically crying because they found out the guy that they were dating was not a virgin. So you guys can say whatever
No.
cope you want to cope, but there's women out there who get
I
seriously
did
upset about it.
I did correct myself. I was
know,
going to
but,
say
like-
no women, but I did say okay, not all women.
Just
I
because
do know
the
that there's some
liberal
women that
poor
value that.
women that go on these podcasts are like, I want a dude with 1 million body count because I'm a whore. He should be a whore. We should both be high value whores together. Doesn't mean that's how women think.
Okay, let me ask the same question. It's the same logic, just asked a different way, right? Do you think that the hottest woman in the world would do anything possible to sleep with a virgin man?
I don't know. Depends on what she wants.
Well, Stephen was not. Stephen, you disagree. You'd be like, no, that wouldn't be the case.
She would probably want to be with the hottest man in the world. And the hottest man in the world will probably want to be with the hottest woman in the world, regardless of what she's done.
No. Like like all these like
these are
the top 10%,
so
the high value males. One second. The high value males. Yeah, go ahead, Stephen.
If you were a religious female, and I know many of them,
yes,
they
you
would
do not want that.
They would require that the man be a virgin, and they would go out of their way to go after this man that's a virgin.
Yes,
but
that would be high value, not a hot man.
But also, this man would also need to be of their religion as well.
Specific religion.
So there's little caveats.
We know people who are actually religious, not just pretend to be religious. Or only the woman has
okay, so let me, because we're trying to move the goalpost. Basically, what I'm saying is, right?
You're trying to move the goalpost.
You could take. Okay, what does move the goalpost mean?
You're just
creating
changing
new
it.
criteria.
Exactly. So again, what I'm asking here is like think of the hottest woman possibly alive. Okay, right?
Is she?
Do you think that she's going to risk it all? Or make any concessions or try and go out of her way to get a virgin guy, or and then because we can point to all like these high value men, like these billionaires and all that kind of shit. They will do so much more just because the woman's a virgin.
You can't. Are we talking about humans or are we talking about robots?
What we're trying to do, or what Damon was trying to point out, is like this whole thing of like the value that a woman's bringing to it is her purity, her body count, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Whereas like with the guy, it's protection, provisioning, all this kind of shit. When you like look at the hottest woman alive, it's like this whole thing of like it being equal. It's not the same.
You can't make a generalization on every single person in society. Everyone.
No, but I can say generally in society, this is a principle.
The majority of people that I meet do not care if the woman is a whore. In this society right now, as we have it, I can't hear you.
Marry them.
No, yes, to marry them. The majority of men that we have met.
So one sec. Because like you just said two things here. Because like you're basically what you said. Yeah, but what you've just said here, Kat, is that like the women you know will break down in tears because the guys.
About the men.
Yeah, no, but the previous statement you made or that you've alluded to was that like these women are like getting so heartbroken because these guys aren't virgins.
Because they are religious. They're actually religious.
Yeah, but then like generally in society, these guys will give it up to anything.
Yes, there's very few religious men, actual religious men. There's very
so based on your principle, based on your understandings, you would say that women like care a lot to the point that they're in tears, they're bawling their eyes out.
Religious women care a lot. If you want a religious good woman, she's going to care.
And the religious men.
Liberal woman, she's not going to care.
And the religious men.
Religious men are very few, but they also care. They want to be a virgin themselves and they want to be with her.
So like, but again, like we get to this whole thing of like, we're talking about the general in terms of society.
So are we talking about specifics or general?
Because like you're presupposing the religion argument there.
Okay, so if you want to say general, the general man doesn't care about body count. The general man on the street, if a woman is hot enough, he will forgive everything.
Yeah, but who do you think in terms of scenario? Because now we're going back to the general. Like we're not going to fall back on this religion thing. The general woman. Do you think a general woman who's like peak hotness, like the highest? She's actually a 10 on the 1 to 10 scale, right? Do you think that she's going to like make any concessions, or do you think she's going to like find the virgin dude more attractive? or do you think it's going to be something else?
It's whatever she values, and she would have the pick.
It's not going to be the virgin, dude. I'm sorry.
If
But
she's
statistically, it's not.
religious, okay, statistically, whatever. But if she valued that, it would be that. If she values hot, it would be
Yeah,
hot.
no,
If she values
the
money,
point that we're
it would be
making, the point that we're making is that men value purity a lot more than what women value it.
Yeah.
And that's just a simple fact. It is. I'm sorry.
okay. A lot of men, but not. I can't generalize it because I
No,
don't know.
no.
these people.
Okay, can you agree with it? Can you agree with me on it this way? Because I think this is going to make it simpler for us to kind of move along. Do you agree that very, very, very few men prioritize when looking for a woman? I want somebody who's going to make me feel safe. I need a woman who's going to protect me. Do you think there's many women who put that high on their priority when they're looking for a woman?
I don't care anymore. I'm like really.
No.
tired.
Honestly, do you see what I'm saying, Kat?
But it's like really late.
They transition.
I don't really care. Like whatever you guys think is.
No, I'm just saying that if you can accept,
I don't care
that
anymore.
there's
You know what?
not very men.
Generally, I'm sure in you guys' mind. I mean, I'm just talking when I'm talking to you guys and this community, they care about purity in women, 100%.
No, I know. Okay, but
1000%.
all I'm saying is,
when I go to
is
talk
that
to
if you
people
can
in the real
accept that
nobody
there's
gives a
no
shit.
men out there. I'm just saying, if you can accept that there's not many men out there saying, I want a woman who can protect me and make me feel safe. If you can accept that, then you can realize how it's weird for us to think that there's women out there who are like, I want a guy who's a virgin who saved himself for me. It's the same thing. It's the
But I'm
exact
talking
same
about
thing.
specific religious women, not general women. I'm talking about the women that the guys who want that are pure, they also want pure guys. I mean, yeah, that's what they want.
Kat,
The pure women want the pure men.
Okay,
and
I
you're
think I
saying
understand
that
the
pure
confusion.
men want the pure women too, right? So why doesn't that make sense? If you're saying the whore men want the pure women, well, they're not going to get the pure women. They're going to get the whore women.
Because this is like the underlying thing that it's like we're trying to point out that it's like you're still trying to use this like equal
Nobody's
quality
trying
kind
to
of
say
like shit.
equal. I'm trying to say reality is. If a woman is really hot, no matter what your fucking standards are, you're going to throw them out. Just like if a man is really hot and rich and has things going for him, maybe the woman wants this, but she'll throw that out to be with the one she
but
wants.
bear in mind, Kat, this came from the whole kind of thing of you saying, well, if a man like sleeps around and a woman sleeps around, they're both whores.
They are. A whore is the action.
Yeah, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to put it on the same page where it's like you're
I'm
kind of
not
making the case,
saying-
oh, but like there's the 1% guys or the 1% guys who are like
a
really
whore
hot,
is a
whatever
whore.
kind of thing.
Who gives a
But-
shit?
Yeah, because like I said, we're just trying to highlight the difference in terms of like the double standards. We're saying that things aren't equal, and hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean? But like the whole kind of like dynamic here is that we're pointing out, like for example, that like a guy who slept with 100 women, it's not the same as a woman who slept with.
It's not. But
100
I'm
guys.
also saying I don't care anymore. It's late. I don't give a shit. I mean, you guys want
It's
to
late.
talk
It's for us.
around.
For us, it's nearly 5 o'clock in the fucking morning.
I know, but I'm also very tired. I have a migraine. I just don't care. Like,
Oh,
if
too bad, Steve.
we could have a
Steve's not getting any tonight.
He doesn't want any. He's tired. What are you talking about?
Gotta do a lot of work.
All right, wrap it up, Kat.
All right.
Where's-
Good night, guys. Have a good one.